Okay. Hi, guys. Just adjusting here a little bit, considering I'm here at my desk. But I'm here. I made it. I'm live. Oh, I'm exhausted, but I'm here. It's been a little crazy. It's been a little chaotic, but I'm glad to be back. So, yes, I already got some PayPals in. I already noticed that. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Siwin. Hi, Rihanna. I see you guys. I'm glad to finally be live. I feel like it's been forever. So before I even launch into things and get started, I just want to thank you guys. I want to thank you guys for hanging around and just like being there with me and just hanging through all this because things have been so bananas and so crazy. I feel like I have been so bad at not being consistent on my channel and not like bringing you guys lives or pick a cards or any of that kind of stuff because of this whole moving thing. So yeah, everything's bananas. Obviously, nothing is packed yet because there's stuff still out, but you can see over there on my patio area, those are a bunch of empty bins and those things are going to get filled. So yeah, things are going to be flipped upside down for a while, but I'm glad I made it live tonight. I feel like it's some kind of semblance of normalcy, so it's good to be here. And I'm going to try my hardest to be back again next Friday around the same time so we can, do something here a little consistent. So, and now like I got to adjust things because I'm like, I want to read what's being said here, but it's like so far away from me. Oh, well, thank you, Rachel. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you guys understand. So, thank you, Siwin. I appreciate that. That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun being live with Bridget and, sharing the load there and everything. I feel like she kind of needed that too, just because, she always gets swamped whenever she goes on, whenever she goes live. I feel like it gave her the opportunity just to have a breather, to like actually breathe during a live. Because I myself, like, I just got inside and I can like barely breathe as it is because I've been running around with my head cut off like a chicken. So yeah, I was like slamming food down my throat as I was like driving home. I was like, I gotta get home, gotta get the live. So it's like I couldn't think of anything else to get. I just grabbed some McDonald's and I was like, that's it. I just need to get home. So anyway, Rachel, I did notice that you were the first one who submitted a payment on PayPal. Let me just double check with where we're at there and sign it in. So yes, I got Rachel and Rihanna up. So Rachel, you got two of them. I think you said a general and a love check. I'm just going to scroll up to make sure I'm right on that. Yes, general reading, and the second, a love reading. Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm going to launch into that right now. All right, so let's see what's going on in general here for Rachel. What does she need to know? What does she need to know here? It's nice to actually be able to do this at my desk instead of like at my mom's, like on her bed area there. It's so awkward. So let's see what we got here for Rachel. What's going on for her in general? What's happening? It's May, spring has sprung, so hopefully some good stuff is going on. But let's see what we get here. Come on, cards, work with me. All right, we've got the Four of Cups. You got the Four of Cups. So it seems like there's some kind of stubbornness that may be happening. The Four of Cups is all about paying attention to these three cups that are down here and completely ignoring the one that's being offered here at the very top. And usually the one at the very top, the one that's being offered, is actually the one that we really want. So there's there could be a possibility that you may be a little stubborn right now about something, just a little bullheaded, that maybe there's some kind of opportunity presenting itself to you that you might be missing because you might be a little distracted with something else. That could be a possibility. But let me keep shuffling here and finding out what that might be, because that could be anything. That could be in your career, it could be in love, it could be anything. So let me keep shuffling here and finding out what that might be. What's going on here? And if it's not you, it could be somebody around you that's affecting you because they're being stubborn. So take it as it resonates. If you know someone who's being super stubborn and you're close to them, that could be a possibility too. But let's see what we get here. We also have the Five of Pentacles. So the Five of Pentacles is kind of like a poverty mentality, basically. These two unicorns, they're walking through like the cold winter snow, and they're dressed kind of, they got like these ratty blankets on them, and there's like a bandage on one of their legs, and basically they're not living the high life is what it comes down to. They're homeless unicorns pretty much. So we've got kind of like a poverty mindset going on here. In addition, with the Four of Cups, to me this kind of says that there could be a possibility that maybe you're missing out on some opportunities because you have like this sense of lack going on, like this poverty mindset of lack, basically. That you may be feeling like you're not good enough, or you're not strong enough, you're not pretty enough, you're not smart enough, that there's something not enough is what it comes down to. And it's like you're kind of being stubborn and set in your ways with that, basically. It's something you shouldn't be holding on to. No one should ever hold on to that kind of mindset, really. But yeah, it's kind of like this poverty type of mindset, and it's preventing you from getting opportunities that could be coming your way. So it's, that could be just about anything. It's like if it's in love, for example, you could be thinking like, oh, I'm not pretty enough or something like that, when you are, and you're getting offers and you're ignoring it because where your focus is on like, oh, I'm not pretty enough. Or if it was like a job thing, it could be, I'm not smart enough, or I'm not qualified enough, I don't have enough experience. But you do have enough experience, and you are being offered opportunities, but you're missing it because instead you're focused on what you're lacking and not what you do have. Everybody has something to offer. Everybody has something that they can bring to the table. Everybody has gifts and talents and all that kind of stuff. But it seems like you're focusing more so on your flaws than your assets. So it seems like that may be something that we need to change. It could be in more than one area, too, of your life as well, depending on, what area of your life is basically being affected. But let's see what else we get. We also have Strength. So to me, this tells me that wherever you are sensing this lack mentality, basically, this poverty mentality, that you are strong enough, that you are much stronger than you know. It's like that whole thing of, I forget exactly how the quote goes, you're stronger than you seem, you're more talented than you're prettier than you think, like all that kind of stuff. You have what it takes. You have what it takes inside of you. You're not this. You can overcome this whole thing of like, oh, I can't do it. I'm not good enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not this enough. I'm not that enough. It's like living here in Hollywood. They'll tell you apart for everything. It's either you're too much this or you're not enough that. Like there's always something that you're not enough of, and you just got to get comfortable in your own skin and be just like, this is who I am. Like, I accept me for who I am. Those around me who matter the most are going to accept me for who I am, and that's that. And I feel like there are people around you who do, because you're getting offers here of something good. It just seems like you're missing it. But yeah, you have the strength. You got the strength to do this. That's for sure. So believe in yourself. If you don't believe in you, I believe in you. So, definitely. You can do this, but let's see what else we get here. Oh, we got one that just flipped out. We have the Six of Pentacles, which is about even give and take. It's about giving and receiving. So maybe that could be an area where maybe some of this lack mentality comes from. If you've been having like an uneven exchange with somebody where maybe you're giving more to them than receiving in exchange for them, that could be a part of the issue. That could be a part of the hiccup that may be causing this insecurity within yourself. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know if I'm good enough. I don't know what I'm doing here. So that could be a part of the struggle. There could be a struggle there in terms of just like, yeah, give and take. So if you are giving more than you should be, definitely establish those boundaries, put down your foot and tell people like, hey, whether it's in the workplace or in your personal life or wherever it is, definitely put down your foot and, stand up for yourself and know your worth and know your value, because you're strong enough to do so, obviously. But let's see what else we have here. Oh, we have the Four of Wands. Well, that's good. So if this is in regards to love, I do believe that, if some of this is going on because there's issues in love here where maybe you're feeling like you're not good enough or you're not pretty enough or what, like I said, whatever the I'm not enough is. I feel like once you put that to bed and you put that to rest and you find your strength here and you start accepting, the offers that do see your worth and do see your value, you're going to have your happily ever after here. If it's not in love, then, take this union card to be wherever it is that union would be in that particular scenario. Like if it's at work, consider it like having peace and goodness happening in the workplace. If it's with a friendship, consider it, having union within that friendship or with that family member or wherever else, whatever area of life that needs to apply. But I do feel like, if you find your strength and you get past this type of thinking, probably extending out of, the need for even give and take in your relationships, then you're going to find yourself sitting pretty here and doing pretty good. But let me get some oracle cards too for this one, to see where we're at. Open my drawer of fun. You guys get to see all the stuff now. Like, this is the way I normally have things when I'm not at my mom's house. Like, I actually have my own desk here. Woohoo! And this is so much more handy too than keeping all my cards and stuff in a backpack. That gets old real fast. All right, let me get the sacred creators here for you. And we'll see what this has to say in conjunction to what we already got. Because this one's pretty good for just like general messages. And then we'll dig into the love stuff. It'll be interesting if we get stuff like this for love. We'll obviously know what this was all about, but we'll see. I mean, you're going to know better than me if that's a love thing or a work thing or a something else thing, whatever thing it is. But let's see what else we get here. We have Creator Fire. So I feel like this is just a reminder to follow your passions, follow your dreams, follow your goals, follow the things that basically light you up on the inside, that make you feel good, that make you feel passionate about something. So I feel like just doing that regardless is always going to be a good thing. That's always going to be helpful for you. You'll probably gain a lot of strength in doing that. But let me see what else comes through for you. Let's see what else we get. We also have lead your metamorphosis. So metamorphosis is obviously change. It's like the caterpillar becoming the butterfly. Obviously, there's a butterfly on this card. So I feel like this is basically saying, like, don't just let change happen to you. You happen to change. Um, so yeah, it's just like change is inevitable in life. It's always going to happen. There's not a lot in life that we can count on. The only thing that we really can count on is change. It's going to happen no matter what we do. So it's like sometimes it's better for us to be the ones to be proactive and take the matters into our own hands and make those changes rather than letting spirit kind of step in and do it for us. Because at least in my experience, sometimes if we get too comfortable in our comfort zone and we just stay there, eventually God is going to step in. He's going to be like, no, 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 no. You need to become that butterfly. You're not meant to just, sit here as like a wormy caterpillar for your whole life. And then he'll make things way more uncomfortable for us to become that butterfly than it would have been if we had just, got up ourselves and said, you know what, I think it's time for me to become a butterfly. So, definitely be an active part of that yourself. So you be the one to start happening to change, especially if you are having like that poverty mindset kind of thing. That's kind of wormy. That's kind of like a caterpillar mentality. Don't have caterpillar mentality, have a butterfly mentality. So that's probably something that needs to change there. But let's see what else we get. We also have raw intention. And I feel like that's also really important when it comes to leading your own metamorphosis, is being really careful about setting your intentions. Really think about what you're thinking about when you're putting stuff out there into the world. We're all going to have days where we maybe kind of, trip up a little bit and, we let like we have like a negative day or whatever. And that's okay because those happen. Those happened to me. Like yesterday was kind of like a weird and difficult day for me because I was kind of freaking out about today with my taxes. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to owe thousands of dollars and I have to pay it's going to cost me $5,000 to move across country. And I was like, oh my gosh, I can't handle all this money all at once. And it's kind of funny how we overly dramatize things a lot of the times in our minds, and things are never as bad as they actually really are. Because I saw my accountant today and I owe less than $1,000. It was like such a relief. I was like, oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. But I created this nightmare scenario in my head based out of the unknown. So, I drove myself a little insane with that, like not setting the best of intentions going into that tax appointment. So really be careful with your intentions. Make sure that, you're not putting out there thoughts of worry or fear or doubt or any of those kinds of things. Nothing that's wormy, nothing that's wormy or caterpillar-y. Be a butterfly. That's kind of the theme here. Hi, Jenny. I see you there in the chat. Good to see you. We also have integrate your knowing. So I feel like, once again, as usual, usually if any of this stuff here is making any sense, you probably already know this. It's probably just a lot of confirmation of what you already know pretty much. And I know that's probably true for you because you are one of my regulars and you're usually boom, like, right here, like filling on or whatever. So, obviously if this is making sense for you, trust your knowing, trust it, integrate it into what's happening, and how you can, help shift these things and change these things. Because we always really do know. We always really do know deep down inside better than anybody. Although I totally understand the need for confirmation because, I need it at times too. It's always easier to see other people's situations much more clearly than we can our own situations. It's like when we look at ourselves, it's like, I don't know about that. It's all kind of cloudy and crazy. And we have Soul on Fire. So with Soul on Fire and Creator Fire, I definitely feel like you got to be following your dreams, following your passions here, following what basically, lights you up on the inside. I feel like that's going to be huge for you. So don't let anything slow you down. Don't let any lack mentality slow you down from chasing after what is important to you and doing what it is that you think you need to do, because you do have the strength to do it. And as long as you step up and, you start becoming that butterfly out of that caterpillar, then you're going to have everything that you want, everything that you hope for, dream for, wish for, love, all that good stuff. So that's what I got for you, Rachel, for your first question. Hopefully that made sense. And let me kind of move this deck out of the way, and then we'll jump into love there for you. See what's going on in the love department. We'll just put these over here in case they need to come back out again. Take another little sip here. All right. All right. Now for love. Love for Rachel. What does she need to know? What's going on in the love department? I'm going to laugh if we get the same cards that come out again, because you never know. Sometimes God is funny like that, and he'll be like, I really want to talk to her about love. You never know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So, anywho, and it's so weird doing this when it's like light outside. I'm so used to it being dark. Every time I go live, I'm like, oh, it's actually light now, because it's so much earlier over here. All right, we got the moon. So it seems like there is some illusion going on over here up in the moon. The moon is also a representation of feminine energy. So, this could also be representing you as like being a divine feminine. But yeah, the moon is usually about illusions, things that are hidden, secrets, that kind of thing. So I feel like there's definitely some stuff there that you're trying to figure out, that you're trying to, pull out from behind the curtain. I was just thinking like, the Wizard of Oz or something. Maybe you're trying to find out who Oz is. But yeah, you're trying to open up the curtain there, see what's going on behind the scenes. Let's see what else we need to know. What are some of these secrets we're trying to figure out here? I don't know. We're going to find out. It's a mystery. Let's see what else we get. Oh my goodness, we just had like 4 pop out. Okay, well, we're just going to take all 4 of these because they were like, hello, here we are. We're going to talk to you. All right, so we have, okay. All right, I think I can see what's going on here now based out of that moon. Okay, so you also have the 4 of Pentacles, which is usually someone who is being a little greedy, guarded. They're being protective. You can see it on the card here. This unicorn is, holding on to its coin up here. And, he looks a little suspicious. He's kind of looking over his shoulder like, is anyone going to grab this? Is anyone going to take my pentacle from me? So you could be dealing with somebody right now who is a little greedy and guarded. I don't feel like it's anything against you or anything like that. I just feel like maybe you're dealing with somebody who has been hurt in their own past, and because they've been hurt themselves, they have their guard up, they have their wall up, which is understandable. And a lot of people are like that and can do that when they have been hurt, when they've been through situations before. And I feel like because this person is like this, that's probably creating some illusions around the situation. It could almost seem like they're withholding something, like they're being secretive, like you're trying to figure them out because they're not very vulnerable. They're not very open. They're not very expressive, which isn't uncommon either with dudes, especially dudes who have been hurt. So that doesn't necessarily surprise me. But on the plus side here, even though he's like that, and I feel like that's him, and those are his issues and his problems that he has to resolve and take care of, the good news is he is a king of cups. So the king of cups is somebody who is full of love, just overflowing with love. I mean, look at this unicorn sitting here on his throne, and his throne is literally like in a body of water. He has that much emotion. So he really is an emotional guy. He may not seem like it, he may seem like solid as a rock on the exterior, like emotionless. But I feel like there's, a lot of emotion going on underneath there. Like he's an iceberg, I guess you could say. It's like you're just seeing what's there on the surface, but underneath there's like this huge, massive thing going on. So yeah, I feel like you're dealing with somebody who is a king of cups. He does have a lot of love. He does have a lot of emotion, but the problem is the king of cups typically doesn't express it. And that doesn't surprise me if he is feeling very protective of his heart. There's even like a Bible verse or something out there. It's like, guard your heart. And I feel like he's probably taken that a little seriously, very literally. He's like, nope, no one's coming near my heart. I don't think so. But I do feel like, even though he's like that, you also have the Page of Cups. And the Page of Cups is somebody who does have a genuine, authentic love offer to express. And it doesn't surprise me that he wants to express that because he is the King of Cups. So naturally, the King of Cups is going to want to express something here as the Page of Cups. So he's thinking about it. He's thinking about, expressing his love. And you also have the Ace of Swords. And the Ace of Swords is usually about a new way of thinking, a new way of being. It's just kind of like correcting your mind thoughts, your mental patterns, and that kind of thing. So I feel like that may be something that he needs to do. He may need to, readjust some thinking for himself. And I do feel like he will because, the Ace of Swords implies that that's going to happen, that that's going to wind up being what he's going to be doing. So I feel like if he changes some of his own mental strongholds here of being so guarded and being so protected, which would basically allude to the fact that he's going to have to heal some probably past relationship kind of stuff, and whatever he's probably been through, he probably needs to understand, like, hey, not all women are bitches, not all women are evil. Like, there are good girls out there who are going to love you and who are going to be open with you and honest with you and vulnerable with you and who are going to support you and all these other different things. So he probably needs to do a little bit of healing in that area. But I feel like once he does, his thinking is going to change. He's going to be ready to bring truth to you, most importantly. And that truth will probably be that cup of love, because he does have a lot of emotion going on there. So I feel like that's kind of what's going on there with him. And the other thing with the Ace of Swords, too, is it's almost like a double-edged sword. Like with the Ace of Swords and what came out earlier for you with your other question, with the lack mentality and that kind of thing. If he has his own thing that he needs to kind of work on right now, getting past, feeling guarded and those kinds of things, this may be an opportunity for you as well with your mental thoughts in basically no longer having that lack mentality, just in general. Even if that has nothing to do with him, it's still good to, transform your own mental thoughts and all that kind of thing as well, because anything that we do in any part of our life, even if it doesn't involve like that specific person, it's like a domino effect. It's going to affect every area of your life, and it's going to do it in a positive way. So yeah. But let me get some love oracle cards here for you. Once again, opening up the lovely drawer of fun. And this is so exciting, you guys, because now that I'm home, I can do other things too. Like I actually have like a little pendulum board and stuff. So if you guys had like yes, no maybe numbers, letters, whatever type of questions, I could do that too. So that's pretty exciting. But let me get some journey of love here for you. Let's see what's going on with this King of Cups guy. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Oh, we got one that just fell out. Two, actually. We have clarity, I finally see. And thank you for being the light in my darkness, illuminate. So I feel like, you just being you being awesome, amazing, super cool you does help him. It does make a positive difference. I feel like it's going to help melt away this protective shield that he has over his heart, that he's going to, come to understand and come to know that not every woman is going to hurt him. Not every relationship is going to end poorly or end badly. So I feel like, he is very grateful for you. He is very thankful for you. And that, you just need to keep being you. Just keep being awesome, amazing you, because it makes a big difference. And with clarity, I finally see, I feel like that's kind of like the same thing here with the Ace of Swords, with him changing and transforming his thoughts and his mind frame and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, I feel like, he is going to see, like, the clouds are going to move. The fog is going to lift. He's going to finally get past that stuff. So, if you're frustrated with this guy right now because you're like, he seems so unemotional, he never expresses himself to me, just keep being good to him, keep being nurturing, keep giving him grace, just keep doing what you're doing, because I feel like it does make a difference. Keep being patient. I know patience is like the most challenging part of all, and I get it, because I feel like patience is my life. So 100%, I totally understand. We also have ready to follow you anywhere, surrender. So I feel like there's probably surrendering on both sides that needs to happen. He probably needs to surrender, his own thinking and his own mind frame and that kind of thing. But there may be some surrender even on your side too, like what came through with your first question. But surrender is a good thing, and I feel like everyone gets freaked out with the word surrender, because it's like, oh, that means I have to give up on my person. I have to give up on my dreams. I have to give up this. I have to give up that. It's not about giving up anything that you love. It's not about giving up anything that you care about or anything that you want or anything that brings you joy or happiness. It's about surrendering the struggle. It's about surrendering the negative stuff. It's about surrendering the crappy stuff. I don't know why I keep going back to like having a spiritual root canal, but it's like, getting the decay and the gunk out of your life basically, and replacing it with medicine, with something that's going to help you and heal you and make things better and get you to where you actually want to be. And maybe I've just had too much work done on my mouth, which is why spiritual root canal keeps coming out of me. But I've only had two my entire life. But that's kind of funny. And I'm being texted, but I can't talk to you right now. I'm live. We have, I just want loyal companionship completion. So I feel like at the end of the day, this is what this guy wants. I feel like at the end of the day, that's what you want as well. It's like a mutual thing that, you guys want companionship, you want completion, it's like you guys want to be, I'm thinking like, like Ross and Rachel, like the lobsters walking around in the tank with the claws, you just want to have your lobster, basically. You want to have your person, and like we all do. Who doesn't want that? So I feel like you guys are on the same page. You want the same things. You both just have some things that need to be worked on in order to get there. It's a work in progress. And then even when you do get there, there's always more work that needs to be done, even when you're together. So, that's just life. It's this never ending journey of growth and fun and all that good stuff. So that's what I got for you, Rachel. Hopefully both of those answers helped you. And I see there's also stuff happening on Venmo now. Oh, I turned my phone on silent. That's why it's like not making any noise. I was wondering what was going on. It was like my computer was making noise, but my phone was not. Okay. Rihanna, I think you're next. Because I know I got 2 PayPals before anything from Venmo came in. So yes, Rihanna, you are next. You are next, my friend. Did you mention your question? Hi, Elizabeth. Good to see you. All right, Rihanna. I just got to pull in my computer so I can see the question better. Okay, Venti, energy check with your connection with John or just you, whatever you need to hear. Okay, so basically you're just open to receive, but naturally there's an emphasis in love there. So I feel like spirit will know whatever needs to be said. So we'll find out. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's see what's happening here for Rihanna. Does she need to know about love? Does she need to know about herself? I'm sure it's probably going to be love because that's usually how it goes. I mean, when I did my pick a card for May, that's like half the deck. We're not taking all these cards. When I did my pick a card for May, I always leave like the, months of the year. I always leave them completely general because, it could be open for anybody and, it could be for any part of your life. It could be your love life. It could be your career. It could be family. It could be anything. And like every single pile for the month of May, like the emphasis was love. I was like, okay, love is in the air. That's fine. Everybody wants to know about love. But it's really funny. When I was out earlier today, like literally when I pulled into my parking spot downstairs in the garage, like out of nowhere, all of a sudden I heard in my head, it was like God was basically speaking to me and he was just like, hey, guess what? And I want you to tell people this when you go live. Union season is coming. And I was like, okay, union season. Sure. All right. So if you didn't know, now you know. Union season is coming. So I feel like that basically means a lot of people are going to be going into union soon. Just a heads up. So maybe it's part of spring fever. I don't know. We'll see. But let's see what comes up here, Rihanna. Oh my gosh. Can't make this shit up, you guys. 4 of Wands, union season. Ah! I'm losing my mind here. That's hilarious. Union season. Okay. Well, this is obviously a very good thing. So obviously you're asking about your dude here. I feel like, yeah, union season is coming for you, Rihanna. Well, let's see what else is going on. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Let's see what else we have going on here. Wow. We also have the moon. So there is a little bit of illusion possibly or secrets. And it's funny because, with the 4 of Wands coming out here and like union season, basically, I feel like for a lot of people, when they wind up going into union, and you included, Rihanna, because this is your reading specifically, I feel like it's going to be a surprise. Because in some ways, when I think of the moon, basically, and, secrets and the unknown and that kind of thing, a lot of the times we can be very scared of the unknown just because it's the unknown. It's like it's not safe to us, so, we kind of traumatize it. Kind of like what I was doing earlier with my taxes. I was like, I'm going to owe like millions and hundreds of thousands of dollars or something ridiculous. I had some way off the wall figure in my head that it was nowhere near being. But I was pleasantly surprised that it was a lot better than what it turned out to be. But I feel like, we do that a lot when it comes to the unknown. We make it to be this dreadful, horrible thing that it really isn't. So I feel like when union does happen, like when he steps up and when he comes forward, it's going to be a surprise. You're not going to see it coming because it's like this secret. It's like this hidden thing, basically. So, if you're sitting there right now looking at the Four of Wands and you're like, yeah, I want that. I want union season. Don't get me wrong, but he's not doing anything. And he's, it may look like on the physical, things are going backwards, even for that matter. But don't be fooled. Don't be deceived. Don't be fooled by what you see on the outside, because I feel like there's a lot more going on behind the scenes that you probably don't know about right now. And that's why it's like when he does pop up, when he does come forward, and it's not just going to be like, oh, hey, how's it going kind of a thing coming forward, but it's going to be like a lot like I love you or something like that kind of forward. It's going to be a little mind-blowing. It's going to be like, whoa, I did not see that coming at all. And of course you wouldn't, because it's kind of hidden right now. We also have the Two of Wands. So the Two of Wands is about making a confident decision, confident choices, basically. So I do feel like when he does come forward, when this does happen, the reason why it's going to be like so mind-blowing with like, oh, here we go, happily ever after, it's going to be because he's coming from a place of confidence. He's not going to be wishy-washy about it. And I think that's an important thing, because we don't want someone to approach us and come forward towards us if they're wishy-washy, if they're still kind of like in between and they're like, I want you, but blah, 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 whatever their excuses are. We want somebody who knows what they want. Like they know that they know that they know what they want and they go for it. That they're not going to like backpedal on it later or anything. So I feel like he is going to get to a place where he approaches in confidence. Because that's what those Two of Wands is about. It's not just about making a decision, but it's about making a decision confidently. So that's a good thing. Good stuff so far. And we have the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles is about hard work, basically, just hard work and diligence. So I feel like this is probably kind of where you're at right now. I feel like, you've been working hard on yourself, on your end of things, in your neck of the woods, in your life. And, even if you don't know it, even if you don't see him doing the work, like I said, his work could be happening behind the scenes. You may not be aware of it. You may not know it. But I feel like he's doing his end of the work on his side of the fence. So I feel like both of you guys are working hard, diligently on your own individual paths in order for things to like eventually come together and merge together so you guys can work together. So I feel like there's been a lot of hard work here. I feel like it hasn't been easy work, but I do feel like it's hard work that is going to pay off. Let's see what else we have here. Come on, unicorns, work with me here. Ooh, the Wheel of Fortune. So the Wheel of Fortune is definitely about things moving into your favor, moving into a direction of good fortune, basically. So yeah, I mean, once again, that totally makes sense, especially if you're putting in the hard work, he's putting in the hard work, confident decisions are being made. I mean, naturally, if you're eventually going to be hitting your time of union here, that means the wheels are moving in your favor. So, if it's felt like life has been against you, I feel like the opposite is going to happen. Like the gears are going to switch, things are going to go 180, things are going to change there. So yeah, things can only go backwards and things can only go wrong for so long. eventually it gets to the point where the tune has to change, Oh, and we got 2 more. And I feel like this is how he sees you, basically, because we have the Queen of Pentacles. And the Queen of Pentacles, she's very solid. She's very stable. She's a good mom. She's a wonderful lover. She is, a businesswoman. She's an entrepreneur. She balances it all. She does it all. She's very grounded. She's got that earth energy going on. So, her head's not all up in the clouds like, ooh, what's going on? But yeah, she's a solid girl, basically. So I feel like he sees you as someone who's very high value like that. And you also got the Empress, and I feel like he sees you as the Empress too. And the Empress is the embodiment of all the queens, basically. So I feel like he sees you as that. And even though you have all the qualities there, all the queens, I feel like there's probably a little bit of an emphasis here, though, on the Queen of Pentacles when it comes to all the different queens. So, yeah, that's all really good stuff. But let me get you some oracle cards too here. A little bit of love stuff. Let's go with the other journey of love. We'll take both out. They both want to come out to play tonight. Of course they do. And there goes my annoying smoke detector again. I don't know. Everything around here is like dying. The smoke detector is dying. I've tried replacing the battery, and it just doesn't work. It keeps doing that. And then my thermostat, like the battery thing is flashing for that too. But I haven't really needed like the heat on or the air conditioning on. It's been kind of just right. So I haven't done anything about it. And I'm like, I'm out of here May 26th anyway. So I'm like, I don't care at this point. I just want to get things in boxes and go. And see people and say goodbye to people and do things one last time. So I'm trying to do all that. Like Tuesday was Disneyland, and that was fun. And then Wednesday, I died all day because it was basically the Disneyland hangover. Okay, we have humor. I love how you can always make me laugh. So I feel like there is a lot of laughter between the two of you guys. Maybe you guys have a lot of inside jokes between the two of you, but I do feel like you bring a lot of just like lightness and happiness and laughter to his soul. You make him feel good. So yeah, I feel like that's a good thing. There's kind of like this nice, light, happy, humorous energy between the two of you guys. And we have unconditional. I'll always forgive you. So I feel like no matter what happens between you guys, whether you guys are not speaking, whether you guys get into a fight, whether you guys are all good, like it doesn't matter through the ups and downs. I feel like you guys both love one another unconditionally. You guys get each other unconditionally. There's always going to be forgiveness there. It may not always be easy, but I do feel like you guys always wind up kind of landing back at that space. You also have, you made me feel alive. Thank you, joy. So we also have joy here. With joy and humor and things like that, there's just kind of like this lightness in the feeling that's coming through here. So I feel like it's very lighthearted, and like you make him feel good, and I feel like he makes you feel good. Like there's just like these good mutual vibes going on here, basically between the two of you. So it's definitely a good thing. So he's very thankful for you, that's for sure. Like I said, union season must be coming because this is all pretty positive energy that's coming through here. I like getting positive vibes from people. We need more of that. And we have, of course, twin flame. You are my other half. So I feel like you probably already know that. It's just, confirmation here. Like I said, union season is coming. So, he is your divine counterpart, your majorly significant other, basically. So that's what I got for you, Rihanna. So very good stuff indeed there. All right. I'm just kind of like moving cards everywhere to the side because I'm like, I don't want to put them away completely because I know I'm probably going to need them again. I'm going to check here with the comments. Okay. Thank you, Heather. I had some distractions going on, so I'm going to have to catch the replay, but I caught the gist and I appreciate the time in him. So glad you're live again. You're very welcome, Rachel. And you're very welcome, Rihanna. Yeah, I'm loving the positive cards too. Like, that's a good thing, you know? We need that. Like I said, that was so wild. Like, I pulled into my parking spot and it was just like out of nowhere. Oh, union season is coming. I'm like, okay, sure, why not? And that is done. All right, that's done. All right. Okay. I think next I go over to Venmo. I'm just going to check PayPal to see if anybody else is on here or not. Nope, we are good on PayPal for now. So let me jump over to Venmo and see who is next because I know there were a couple that came in there. Okay. Siwin, you are up next. What lessons are you currently learning? All right. And then Elizabeth, you are up after Siwin. So I see you. I got you. Oh, you put Grande in your thing, but you ordered a Venti. Just so you know. So you get the whole Venti package, not just a Grande. Okay, so Siwin, what lessons are you currently learning? Hi, Shadow. Hi, come here. Do you want to say hello to everybody really quick? Do you want to say hello? Here's Shadow. He's having a moment to say hi. He's been very nervous lately because he doesn't understand what's going on. I've kind of been running around with my head cut off like a chicken, and he doesn't like that. So he's been a little stressed out, haven't you? You're gonna lick my face? Do you wanna? He always tilts his head whenever I say, "Do you wanna? Do you wanna? Do you wanna nap in your bed?" I put your bed right next to me, so that way then you can stay right next to me while I do the readings. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. I love you. Yeah, he's a good boy. Aw. Okay, come here. We're gonna put you down. Put you down over here. Lay down. Be comfortable. Don't be comfortable. You don't need to be weird. Just be comfortable. So yeah, I'm trying to get him to stay there and be comfortable. I had to move my birds into the other room because usually they're sitting like right over there. And if I had them over here right now, they would be like getting so crazy and so loud, and you guys wouldn't even hear me. You would hear them. They would be doing the readings instead of me. So anyways. Hi, Brittany. I see you too. All right. So Siwin, let's see what lessons you are currently learning. What is Siwin learning and working on? Lay down. I don't want to like run over you with my feet. Yeah, lay down in your bed. There you go. Good boy. All right. We have, gosh, this moon likes to come out a lot tonight. So everyone is apparently working on illusions this week. So yeah, it seems like there are some illusions going on, some unknown stuff, secrecy, that kind of thing. So I'm gonna keep pulling cards here so we can find out what that may be about. Because once again, that could be about anything. We're gonna try and unfold the mystery here. What is Siwin learning? Is she learning about secrets? mysteries of the earth. I don't know. And now you're in the kitchen. What are you doing? Go lay down. It's like he's waiting for me to do something right now. I don't know what is with him. We have the Seven of Wands. So the Seven of Wands is about persistence and not giving up, basically. So it's just about persevering, pushing through. So I feel like whatever it is that you may be dealing with right now, whatever it is that you need to do, you need to keep pressing on and keep pushing through. Because there may be some things around you that are unknown, that you are unsure about, that there are, just mysteries out there, secrets or whatever. And you may not necessarily know how to approach those things or how to go about those things, but you do need to keep pressing on. You do need to keep pushing through. Even if you don't have all the answers in front of you yet. It's like that Martin Luther King Jr. quote. You don't have to see the whole staircase in front of you. All you need is that first step. Take that first step. So I feel like, if there's any reason you're holding back and doing something, going for your goals, going for your dreams, whatever it is that you need to be doing, don't hold back. As long as you take one step, that next step will be provided for you. And we also have the Seven of Swords. The Seven of Swords can kind of be like a sneaky, kind of deceptive behavior. And I feel like, if anything, that would be yourself. I feel like sometimes we deceive ourselves. It's like that self-sabotage. The question you asked specifically here was lessons that you need to learn. And the lesson that you may need to learn here is to not sabotage yourself over the unknowns. Just because not everything is clear, not everything is exactly how you want it, or you have all the puzzle pieces in front of you just yet, doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing what you need to be doing. So yeah, no self-sabotaging there, no self-defeating thoughts, because whenever we do that, we deceive ourselves, is what it comes down to. And that's a lot worse than, somebody else tries to do it to us. So try not to sabotage yourself. Too many cards. We don't need all the cards to come falling out. And we have the Ten of Wands. I feel like some of this may be going on too, just because you're carrying a lot of burdens. You may be just like holding on to a lot of stuff. There could just be a lot of baggage that you're holding on to in general. So all this baggage that you may be carrying may be the very thing that is, kind of making you self-sabotage yourself. And you're just like, I can't persevere. I can't persist. I can't keep going. I can't keep pressing on and pushing through because there are too many unknowns, and I can't handle any unknowns right now because I'm already carrying enough as it is right here. But I feel like, God is basically asking you to keep going anyway. If anything, I feel like he wants to help ease the burden on you. A lot of the times that's what we need to do. We need to give our burdens over to our higher power, to our source, basically, because those things are not meant for us to carry. And it's a lot more freeing when we hand that over. It kind of goes back to that whole thing about surrender. We got to surrender the struggle. And that can be with anything in life. It could be in love, it can be in finances, it could be within our family and friendships, it can be in anything. But yeah, we need to surrender that struggle, because that's the stuff that is going to weigh us down. That's the stuff that's going to make us feel like we're carrying a ton of bricks on our back. And we have the Magician. So I feel like at the end of the day, you have the power to change all this. You don't have to be this person who, carries all the burdens and, sabotages themselves with self-defeating thoughts. and, refuses to basically not look beyond the unknown. You don't have to be that person. You don't have to be that person that kind of locks yourself in that. You have the ability to change that. You got all the tools that you need in front of you right there to change it. And I feel like once you're able to do that, you're going to be able to keep pressing on, keep pressing through, keep persevering. So I feel like, you can change that. Half of it is about changing our perspective. You change your perspective, that's going to change a whole lot right there. And we have the Knight of Swords. So the Knight of Swords is about somebody coming in and expressing their truth, like rushing in with their truth. So take it as it resonates. It could be that maybe you're the person who needs to rush in and express your truth. Maybe somebody needs to come in and express their truth to you, but there's definitely someone here that needs to express their truth. I feel like in some ways it may actually be you that needs to do that, especially if you're the one here who is carrying all these burdens and, you're feeling really defeated here and that kind of thing. Maybe what will help release some of those burdens is expressing yourself with the truth. And maybe one of the reasons you're kind of scared too is because there are too many unknowns. You don't know what's going to happen if you express that truth. It's like, am I going to make the situation worse? Am I going to make it better? But I feel like either way, just holding on to it alone is like toxic to your own system. It's not helping anything. It's not making anything any better. So you may need to do that, but definitely step into that magician energy there, and you can change and shift a lot of that stuff. Let me get some of the Sacred Creator for you too. That's a pretty tough lesson to learn, that's for sure. I mean, you want to know about lessons to learn, and that's a difficult one. That can be really hard. It can be hard to let go of our burdens. Like you would think it would be easy because it's like, who wants to carry that around, But it's hard. It's not always easy to do that. We have the sacred flow of yes. So I feel like you need to start saying yes to opportunities, yes to what you want, yes to, the things that make you feel good. Start saying no to the things that make you feel crappy and burdened, basically. But yeah, say yes to the things that make you feel good. Say yes to being that magician and creating the life that you want to create for yourself. So yeah, that's always a good thing. The sacred flow of yes. We also have overthinking can spoil the magic. Oh my gosh. Now, if you don't need this card, I will gladly take this card myself because I can be the queen of overthinking sometimes. Maybe it's an air sign thing. I don't know, but I definitely struggle with this myself. But yeah, I feel like, especially if you're carrying, once again, all these burdens around, there's probably some overthinking going on there. And overthinking will also bring self-sabotage. That is self-sabotage, basically, is overthinking things, because it's like you take something that is like so small or minuscule or innocent, and we have like this sick and twisted way in our heads of changing everything to being something that it's not at all. And it turns into this total nightmare scenario that doesn't have to be. It's like we take a cute little baby Yoda or something and we wind up turning it into a gremlin that it's not. So yeah, stop overthinking. The overthinking will eliminate a lot of those burdens. It will stop this self-sabotage stuff from going on. It'll end a lot of that stuff. Basically, you can be your own worst enemy. And I get it, because I do it too. I do it all the freaking time. But yeah, like be kind to you, like think about the situations happening in your life and talk to yourself about it the way that you would talk to your friend about their life and their situations. Because would you sit there and like sabotage your best friend over their stuff? Probably not. You would probably be super supportive and understanding and encouraging. Do the same to you. Be your own best friend with this kind of stuff, because that'll help a lot. Don't bully yourself, because when we bully ourselves, we're sabotaging ourselves and we're overthinking, and none of that is good. And we have imbalance. So obviously, if there's burdens that are happening here and overthinking and self-sabotage and all that kind of stuff, I would say things are not in balance. So the goal here is to get in balance, which, being the magician and saying yes to things that are going to help you rather than hurt you, of course, is all good stuff to bring it in balance. Going with the flow, not overthinking things, not overanalyzing things, just kind of letting things be as they are and unfold naturally. It'll be all good. What does your soul say? You also got that one, which is funny because that makes me think of the Knight of Swords here with that rushing in with the truth. So once again, I kind of get the feeling that it's you probably that needs to express something here. You need to express something not from a place of fear, not from a place from ego, but express something from your soul, from deep within. And that can be scary because when we're expressing something from our soul, we're being open and we're being vulnerable. That can be very scary. And that's way more scary than expressing anything out of fear, anything out of our ego. But I feel like we can never lose when it comes to doing that, because it's just like, either way, we're getting out something that needs to be said. It needs to be expressed. And if there's someone around you who doesn't receive that well and doesn't understand that well, it's not your problem. It's their issue. It's not your issue. But I feel like if this is a person who truly has your best interests at heart and, truly cares about you and truly loves you, they are going to understand. They are going to get it. So, and we have find your sacred flow. And once again, the magician does that. He's very good at finding his sacred flow. And I feel like that's kind of all you need to do. You just need to kind of get back in the flow with things, because whenever we get into that place of overthinking and overanalyzing, we're out of the flow. And the key is to get back into the flow. And once you get back into the flow, you'll find yourself back in balance. So that is the lesson to be learned for you right now, Siwan. So hopefully that adds up. I see there's a little bit of chatter there in the comments. I gotta pull my computer closer to me to read it. When it's sitting like that far back, I can't see the comments this far away. So I gotta bring the computer in so I can read it. Okay. True. I've been working on cleaning ties with Archangel Michael lately. Well, that's good. You do overthink a lot. Yeah, it's not easy. Hi, Stoned Epiphany. Welcome to the live and welcome to the Shadow and Shine family as a new subscriber. You're very welcome, Siwan. So yeah, self-sabotage, not always the easiest. That's for sure. Okay. I believe, Elizabeth, you are next. Let me just double check. I think Elizabeth is next here. Yes, Elizabeth, you are next. Let me check here with the comments one more time so I can check your question. Got to scroll up a little bit. Yeah, so football season. That's so funny. I just noticed that right now. Okay, Elizabeth, your question tonight is, what does the future hold for your connection with Milton? You're dating someone new, so you need a little guidance. Okay, sounds good. Let's see what you need to know with Milton. All right. Let's see what's going on here with Elizabeth and Milton. well, we got the Eight of Pentacles that flipped out right away. So it seems like there's work going on. Because, once again, whenever I see that Eight of Pentacles, I think of hard, diligent work. Now, I know you mentioned in your comment that you're seeing somebody new, which is totally fine. I feel like, regardless, I feel like you're currently working on what you need to do for you right now, which is very important. And if a part of that is seeing somebody else for a little while, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a part of you doing you and you working on you, becoming the best version of your own self, basically. Does that mean you'll be with that person forever? We don't know. We don't know how long you'll be with that person. It's obviously a contract that you need to complete if you're seeing this person. But yeah, I do feel like you've been working on yourself, and he's probably been hard at work with his own things going on too. So there's definitely some work going on. Work, 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 work. Work, 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 work. Let's see what else we have here. We have the Queen of Swords. So I feel like Milton may kind of see you as the Queen of Swords right now. I don't know if he knows that you're seeing somebody else right now, but whether he does or whether he doesn't, I feel like he may kind of see you as being someone that would kind of keep him at a distance. Like, he knows that you are like a strong and confident woman. He obviously sees you as someone who is, stepped up in her worth and in her value, or he wouldn't see you as a queen at all. But clearly he does see you as a queen. But the only problem is that Queen of Swords she is icy cold, basically. She's not warm. She's not inviting. She's someone who has been hurt. And I know you've been through some stuff with him. So, there may still be a little bit of pain there on your end. Because you are seeing somebody else, but at the same time, you're here getting a reading asking about Milton. And I feel like that goes to show where your heart really is. Your heart is still with him, even though you're seeing somebody else. And, that happens a lot. But I feel like there is still some pain. There's some residual stuff there. And I feel like he knows it, and he kind of picks up on that too. And, if he is afraid to approach you, even just on like friend terms, communicating, he may be scared to do that because he basically may be afraid that you're going to cut him, pretty much. He may be afraid that like you're just going to be a bitch towards him and be just like, well, you missed out, dude. I'm seeing this guy now, whatever. So yeah, he may be a little nervous. He may be a little nervous that you're going to like basically bite his head off. That doesn't mean that you will. I think that there's like still some residual pain there. Yeah. But, I think he picks up on it. He knows it. He knows that he's hurt you. And I think because of that, he's nervous about coming forward, basically. This one flew out. So we have the Nine of Wands. The Nine of Wands is that wounded warrior, basically someone who has, been through it all, been through the ringer, been to hell and back, basically. And I feel like this is where you're at with him. It's like, even though you're seeing somebody else and he's doing his thing and all this other kind of stuff, you haven't given up on this connection yet. And I feel like he hasn't given up on this connection yet either. Because he wouldn't be nervous about like coming your way, basically, if he didn't see you as that Queen of Swords. He wouldn't be nervous about that. But yeah, with the Nine of Wands, I feel like you haven't given up on him. He hasn't given up on you. I mean, that's pretty apparent. Like I said, you wouldn't be here getting a reading asking about him if you were like, oh, I'm with somebody else. I'm completely happy in this relationship now. Milton is a thing of the past. Like, obviously, he's not a thing of the past. He's still very much so a part of your heart, very much so a part of your present. But I feel like that feeling is mutual though. Because, once again, you guys are both working. I feel like you guys are both spending time working kind of like separately, individually on what you guys need to do right now for yourselves. Let's see what else we have here. We have the Six of Cups. So I feel like on both ends, I feel like both of you guys are feeling a bit nostalgic. Once again, you're seeing someone else, he's busy doing his thing. But I feel like even though you guys are both doing your own individual thing, you guys miss each other. The Six of Cups is all about that past energy. It's about nostalgia and remembering things, the good old days and all that kind of stuff. And I feel like you guys are both reminiscing a little bit. You guys are both missing that a little bit. So once again, it's like, even though you guys may be kind of like in your separate corners and your separate nooks of the world, basically right now, doing your own things, you guys are very much in each other's hearts. The memories are still very strong. It's still very much so there. It's like right now may not be the present season for you guys where you guys need to be together, but it's like, the memories and everything, it's still really strong there in the heart. We have the Sun. So, which is funny because we've been getting the moon all night tonight, but finally we got the sun. And the sun is about illumination. It's about, pulling that curtain away and exposing the truth, actually revealing those things and seeing those things. So I do feel like the truth is going to be revealed. So yeah, I feel like for you, number one, of course, seeing somebody else right now, I feel like the truth is going to be revealed to you about what it is that you want, because right now you may kind of be back and forth, you may be kind of back and forth, like, yeah, my heart is still with Milton, but I know this isn't going to happen with Milton right now. So, I'm with this other guy and he's a nice guy or whatever. So you may be kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. You may be trying to decide. It's just like, do I like this amethyst crystal or do I like this amethyst crystals? They're both amethysts, but you don't know which one you want, basically. So yeah, I feel like you're stuck between the two of them, like you don't know, but I feel like you're going to get clarity. I feel like you're going to get illumination, you're going to get answers, you're going to find out like what direction it is you really do want to go in. And same for him too. I feel like, with the hard work that both of you guys are putting in right now, I feel like he's going to get answers that he's seeking too, because I feel like if you're confused on your end about stuff, chances are he's confused on his end about some things. So I feel like the truth is coming for both of you, like illumination, answers that you need, clarity. It's like that aha moment where it's like, oh, I finally know what I'm going to do, kind of a thing. And I get it, because like for the past couple of years for me, I was there between two cities. I was like, am I going to stay in LA? Am I going to move back to Chicago? Am I going to stay in LA? Am I going to move back to Chicago? And I was living between those two things forever and a day, going back and forth. And I finally got the clarity I needed, and I'm finally in the direction that I need to be going in. But it takes time. So if it doesn't happen right away, that's okay. But I do believe that sunshiny moment is coming for you. And we have the High Priestess. So it's funny because aside from the Queen of Swords, he probably sees you a little bit as the High Priestess too, because the High Priestess, she's secretive. She doesn't let everybody know what's going on with her. She doesn't, put her stuff on blast. She doesn't like check in every place that she goes when she's, going out and doing things. She doesn't tell everyone where she's going and who she's seeing and what she's doing and all this other kind of stuff. So he may be trying to figure you out. He may be trying to figure that out. And once again, you put that together with that Queen of Swords, the fears of you being a little icy and cold towards him. It's like, he's like, I want to figure her out. I want to understand her But at the same time, it freaks me out and it scares me because I don't want her to bite my head off, because where we left things was not in the best place. But the high priestess is also very highly intuitive, obviously. Even if people don't know what's going on with her, she knows what's going on with everybody else. So she is highly intuitive. So I feel like you kind of already, deep down inside, you kind of already know the direction that you want to go in, basically, whether it's with this new guy or whether it's with Milton or something else entirely. But those answers from the sun here that need to illuminate, I feel like it's within you, because that's what the high priestess has within her. She has those answers. Let me get you some Journey of Love cards too here. See what we need to know between you and Milton. See what's going on. I promise I'll never let go. Infinite. So, I mean, I hate to say this, but, and I feel like you probably already know this yourself. Even if you are seeing somebody else and he's seeing somebody else, and you guys, even if you were to like live on separate continents and, have, years go by where you wouldn't see each other, I feel like this connection is still going to remain intact. Especially considering you did have that Six of Cups come through. There's definitely that reminiscing, nostalgic kind of feeling going on there. But yeah, infinite, I promise I'll never let go. So I do feel like this is like that infinite connection. It's always going to be there. You can't outrun it. You can't hide from it. It's always going to be there. Even if it's kind of just like this humming noise in a sense in the background of your life, and maybe he's not in the forefront of it, it's always going to be there. And, it'll pop back up when it's meant to. That's for sure. We also have, I just want loyal companionship completion. So I feel like once again, regardless, I feel like this is something that you guys both want. You guys both want to just simply have your person, to have your significant other. And right now you're experimenting to see if you're going to find that with somebody else. And if I remember right, I think he's seeing somebody else too. But I feel like either way, you guys are trying to figure that out. And maybe you guys do need to figure that out with other people temporarily for the time being. But if you don't find that with other people, you're going to wind up finding that with each other, because that's ultimately what you want. And I feel like that's what he wants with you and what you want with him. And I know that it kind of seems like an ass backwards way of going about it to get to it. But sometimes it's like sometimes you wind up driving around the mountain a few times before you actually settle down and park somewhere. And so you guys may be doing that a little bit. You just may be driving around the mountain a few times rather than going straight through. But I do feel like, he sees you as someone that he sees that companionship with, just as you do him, which makes sense because, I mean, if this is an infinite connection, of course you're going to be seeing that with each other. We also have, I'm so afraid to tell you, fear, which makes sense, especially if he's seeing you as that Queen of Swords. There probably are things he does want to tell you. There are probably truths he wants to share and that he wants to confide in you. There's probably these truths, his own illuminations that he wants to express. He probably wants to express his nostalgic feelings too, the places where he's reminiscing about things. I feel like he does have emotions that he wants to express, but he's scared to because, he feels like, oh, I hurt her, so she's going to come back and bite my head off if I try to say anything. So I do feel like he has, a lot of fear surrounding that. So, if he's quiet, that's probably one of the reasons why. And then, you add you seeing somebody else on top of that. That's going to make it even more challenging too, because then he's going to be like, well, she's seeing somebody else. It's too many cards. why would she want to hear from me now? But yeah. We also have I remember memories, past lives. So that's kind of just like another confirmation there with that Six of Cups. He's feeling nostalgic. He's reminiscing. He's thinking about the past a lot when it comes to you. And, it also says past lives here. And I was kind of getting that vibe too, that most likely, especially with that infinite connection here, you guys have probably been here and done this before. You guys have probably had other lives together in the past. But whether he consciously remembers those lives or not, I feel like he's definitely subconsciously, he's definitely remembering those things. Consciously, if he's not aware of that, he's definitely reminiscing on what he knows of from this lifetime. So yeah, that's what I see going on for you right now, Liz. I know it's complicated. It's not the easiest, but that's kind of where it's at for now. And I know he's still very much in your heart, obviously. All righty. Let's see. Double check things here. Refresh. I don't think anything else has come in, but it's also been a long time since I've gone live. So I don't know if people know if I'm dead or alive, PayPal, don't crash on me. I need to see you. There we go. Okay. So we are all good right now on PayPals and Venmos. Let me check the comments here. Make sure I haven't missed anything going on here. It seems pretty quiet, but that's okay. All right. So since there's no other PayPals or Venmos coming in, I can just do a little bit of a general reading here for you guys. Just going to get a little drink of water. In my California glass. Okay, let me do a little general reading here for who's here right now, because there's 6 of you here. And I just want to thank you guys for coming to the live, of course. And, I appreciate all the support. I support me too. I support all of you guys, though, in your hopes and dreams, too. And just like, we support one another around here is what I'm saying. So yeah, anyways, thank you for the likes and the comments and the subs and all that good stuff. I'm really hoping to maybe try and, get to that 1,000 sub mark sometime soon. Because I'd like to be able to do super chats here with you guys. I feel like it would be a lot easier for everybody if I was able to do that. So, if you know anyone who enjoys getting readings and that kind of stuff, whether it's lives like these or pick a cards, let them know about my channel. Got cards going everywhere. So that way then we can get up to that 1,000 sub marker. But I really appreciate you guys hanging in there with me during this crazy transitionary time as I'm in the process of moving across country. I really hope to be able to stick to it being live on Fridays, at least up until I move. So that's whatever the Friday is before May 26th, because May 26th is my moving date. So I know for like at least a week there's going to be nothing happening at all. My stuff is supposed to arrive in Chicago on June 9th. And I know I said I was going to be open again for private readings on June 7th. We have a PayPal that just came through. So I guess I'll do that person first, and then I'll do something general for everybody. But yeah, I was going to say, I'll figure it out. The stuff is going to be there June 9th. I opened up for private readings again June 7th. It may be pushed back like a few days because of that, but we'll see. I'll keep you guys in the loop. I'll keep you in the know. But let's see who sent in a PayPal, because I know I just got a notification. Alrighty, we got Melissa. What is coming in for love? All right, Melissa. All right. So we got a tall for Melissa. Let's see what's coming in for love. Yes, I see you, Melissa. I got you. We're going to find out right now what's coming in for you with love. Fantastic. Hopefully more of union season. I think that was so funny when I heard that in the car earlier today. I was like, oh, union season. That sounds like fun. I hope we all have that. That would be a very nice way to close out the pandemic, obviously. All right, we have, whoa. Every time I talk about union season, it brings out awesome cards. Apparently, I just need to sit here and say union season all the time and amazing things will happen. Okay. So we have marry me, wifey material, fulfillment. So obviously somebody sees you as wifey material. Somebody wants to wife you up. Big commitment vibes there, that's for sure. So that's pretty awesome. Hold on, I just saw you said something else. You hope so too. You want a union. Yeah, I totally get it. Yeah, 1000%. I don't know. It's a new season, that's for sure. So that's a great start. Wifey material there. Let's see what else we need to know. Like, it makes me like, whenever I get a good card like this right off the bat, part of me is just like, I don't even want to pull any more cards because I don't want any bad ones to come out, you know? I don't want to jinx it. But hopefully we'll keep getting good ones. And even if we do get something bad, maybe there'll be a good explanation for it. Oh, we got two that just came out. Okay. So, okay. There's one that seems a little meh, but it makes sense. Okay. So the one that's a little blue that is secluded. I'm tired of being without you. So I feel like this is probably where things are at right now. This would be like present tense or like the past. So I feel like this is more so past and present type of energy. I feel like, the person that you're dealing with, this is where you've kind of been and where they've been. You guys have basically both kind of felt alone and secluded, isolated, away from one another. Once again, going back to like the pandemic, it could be a reflection of that too, because a lot of people throughout this whole thing with COVID for the past year have felt very secluded and isolated and alone. So there could be a lot of that has been at play in the past. However, you also got homecoming. I promise I'll be back soon. So I do feel like that time of seclusion and isolation is ending. It's coming to an end because homecoming is coming up. Union season is coming up, which of course leads to big commitment vibes coming up too. So even though we got kind of a crappy card, that's okay because it actually makes sense with what's happening here. And if it's the past, that's fine. Leave it in the past. It does not have to be a part of the future. No way. We also have you excite me in ways I never knew existed. Pleasure. So in addition to that, I feel like there's definitely some sexual vibes happening here between you and this person. There's definitely some serious good passion going on. So the chemistry is good. The heat is good. The desire is good. So, aside from being able to connect mentally and emotionally and spiritually, I feel like this card is definitely confirmation that you're able to connect very well physically too. So, the whole package, it's all there. What else do we got? We also have doubt. I don't know what to do anymore. So I feel like this is kind of like going along with the seclusion card. A lot of the times, when we do feel isolated and alone and secluded, it kind of leaves us to our own devices. It kind of leaves us to our own thoughts in a sense. which can be destructive, and it can bring us into places of doubt, places of fear, places of second guessing ourselves and not knowing what to do, basically. So I feel like this has probably been a mutual thing between the both of you, where you both have, kind of questioned things and kind of been just like, eh, should I believe in this? Should I not believe in this? What should I do? What should I think, kind of a thing. So yeah, there's been some doubts, but I feel like, once again, I feel like that's going to be ending with this homecoming that's going to happen. I feel like the doubts are going away. I feel like as the pandemic kind of like ends and fades away, and things start opening up and things start, like, I know normal isn't going to happen tomorrow. I know we're going to still take some time to get back to normal, quote unquote. But I feel like as, the doors open for things to get better step by step, little by little, I feel like it's helping, it's helping clear this up, because even if you look at like the differences between these two cards, like doubt and homecoming, doubt is so dark and cloudy and gloomy, and homecoming is all like bright and sunshine and rays of light and all this other kind of stuff. And I feel like we're at that point where it's like we've been in this storm as a collective, and the clouds are finally starting to dissipate. They're finally starting to go away, and you can see rays of light bursting through the clouds. So I feel like that's starting to happen, and it's starting to, change things. So there's definitely like positive changes afoot here. That's for sure. Positive changes. We have comparison. Nobody could ever take your place. So I feel like, even during this time apart, even if, they've maybe gone and dated somebody else, or you've gone and dated somebody else, or anything like that, I feel like they can't make it work with anyone else, because they know that you're the one for them, basically. Nobody else compares to you. Like, you're their person, 100%. Union season. It's union season that's coming. I should probably just do a reading about union season. Just for the collective or something. We also have I want you now aggressive. So I feel like that sexual desire is starting to come out here again. That passion, that fire and everything, it's definitely there. And I feel like because there has been this seclusion that has been going on, it's like once you guys finally connect, once you guys finally get together, and especially when you come together physically, it's going to be like very hot and fiery and explosive. It's going to be like a little, push and pull and tear and all this other kind of stuff, just because it's like you're both going to kind of be like, I haven't touched another human in so long. It's so wonderful to touch you, kind of a thing. I feel like a lot of people are like that too, coming out of quarantine and all those other things. But yeah, I feel like it's kind of like that kind of vibe. And it could be for more reasons than just COVID, obviously, that there could be that aggression. But I definitely feel like there's that aggression at play there. And we have shocking. I'm amazed by your beauty. So this person definitely finds you to be very beautiful, very stunning. And I feel like that's inside and out. I feel like that's, obviously your body, because we got a lot of like physical stuff going on there, but it's more than just that. It's more than skin deep. It's your personality. It's your emotional side, it's your intellect, it's all that stuff. It's all the parts that make you, basically. So that's what I got going on for you, Melissa. Sounds really good. Like I said, union season is coming. I feel like the crap is starting to go away. Not just for you, but for a lot of people. So I feel like it's just in motion. There's something going on in motion within the collective as a whole, which is awesome. So yeah. Yes, I'm secluded, but I don't know who I'm dealing with. Haven't met him in person. Well, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe when you meet in person, you're going to discover how explosive. It really is. Yes, I feel it more in my dreams. I have seen the same man in my dreams like 7 times. Oh, wow. Yeah, big union vibes for sure. You're very welcome. That's exciting. Well, I'm excited for you to meet Dream Man. He sounds very dreamy. That's pretty awesome. Okay, we got a couple stuff going on in PayPal, and that's funny because I also got a notification from Disneyland. What does Disneyland want from me? Does Disneyland want to pay me money? No. It's official. We're halfway to Halloween. Celebrate all the frights and delights with some spectacular Disney Parks videos. Wow. Okay. Well, if we're halfway to Halloween, we're halfway to my birthday too. My birthday is not on Halloween, but that's kind of funny. Okay. Vera Diana, I got you up next. All right. Oh, wow. You paid, I was about to say, I'm like, you paid more than the regular Venti or anything, but let me see here. Did you pay twice the same question? I'm looking on here on PayPal because I don't think you've said anything in the chat. Let me look at the chat here really quick. I gotta pull this computer in because I can't see anything. Yeah, you can ask for another tall. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here. Hi, Lucky Star. Yes, you can ask a question, but I am doing paid readings. I don't have super chats, but you can submit a question by paying through PayPal or Venmo. The information should be in the description below on how to do that because there's like several different choices, options of what you can pick basically. And a tall is Oracle cards only, and that one is $3. A Grande is tarot cards only, and that one is $7. And a Venti is a combination of tarot and Oracle, and that one is $10. So everything is $10 or under. That's why I was like, Vera Diana, you paid like way more than you needed to. Well, thank you. I appreciate the donation regardless. I'll put in a little bit of extra time for your question here just to make sure you get your money's worth because you definitely paid a little bit more than I think you needed to. But yes, so that's what's going on. Anyway, let me look at your question because I know you put it like in PayPal here, because you like put it in twice. Let's see. What is happening in my relationship at the moment? That was the one. And then the other one says, what is happening in my relationship at the, oh, there's more information. Because I'm like, what's going on here? There's like 2 of them. What is happening in my relationship at the moment? I don't know if this separation is only for now or it will be permanent as he hasn't reached out. Okay, sounds good. Well, we're going to find out. I think I'll get some timing cards for you, especially on that, is this going to be forever kind of thing or not? Just piece of advice here. Just good general information to know, whether it's for you or for anybody who is separated from somebody right now and you feel like it's been a while. Everybody's it's been a while can look different depending on who you are, depending on, the way you see life, depending on your perspective. But I was separated from my person for 20 years. Like legit 20 years, like 2 whole decades went by and I had zero communication with this person. I met him when I was 14 and back then, there was no social media or anything like that back then. And and we went our separate ways when I was 18 and I had no idea what was going on in his life. He could have been dead for all I know. Like there was no social media. There was nothing. There was none of that kind of stuff. So I didn't know what was going on with him. I moved here to LA and I've been here for 15 years. He moved to San Diego for 7 of those 15 years. We had no idea we were anywhere near each other. And 20 years goes by, and then 2 years ago, he resurfaced back into my life. So just because somebody isn't talking to you, and I'm not saying it's going to be 20 years. It may not be 20 years. I hope it's not 20 years. I hope nobody goes through what I've been through with that. But I'm just saying it can happen at any time. It can happen in 20 years. It can happen in 20 minutes. It can happen in 20 days. Just give it time. But anyways, that's just a little public service announcement, I guess, for anybody who's feeling a little like, I'm never going to hear from them. It's been like a year or whatever. And, I get that. And I still have issues with this person now when it comes to communication. But, that kind of goes into the whole thing of like, attachment styles, basically. And I know Bridget has talked a lot about attachment styles on her channel, which is, that's good information to know. And like, he's definitely got some avoidant stuff going on, and which I think is why he is the way he is with some things. But, it's partially like understanding your person and understanding why they are the way they are, like why they're taking a long time to respond or talk or any of those kinds of things. But yeah, just don't lose heart. Don't lose faith. Don't give up. Anything can happen at any given point in time. Miracles happen every day. We just had something flip out here. We got the Queen of Pentacles here for you, Veridiana. So I do feel like the person that you're dealing with, I feel like he sees you as the Queen of Pentacles. And the Queen of Pentacles is somebody who is very stable. She's very earthy. She's very grounded. She is like the ideal mom, the ideal lover. She is a good businesswoman, an entrepreneur. She can balance it all. She's got it all going on. She can do it in her sleep, basically. So I do feel like he sees you this way. So he holds you in high regard is the point. He doesn't see you in a negative light or anything like that. So that's positive. It's definitely a positive thing. Let's see what else is going on here. What else is happening in this separation time? Separation is not fun. We also have the 5 of Wands, and the 5 of Wands is about conflict, struggle, just, wrestling in a sense with yourself. And I feel like this is kind of what he's doing right now. I feel like he probably has a lot of his own internal conflict, a lot of his own internal struggle and challenges that he's probably dealing with right now, which is probably why he's not talking. That's probably why he's not communicating, and it's probably why there is separation. Because he's probably just dealing with a lot of his own shit and a lot of his own crap. And that has nothing to do with you. It's nothing personal. It's nothing against you. If anything, he's probably protecting you. He's probably saving you from being around a bunch of chaos and insanity that he doesn't necessarily want you to be around. So yeah, I feel like he's definitely dealing with a lot of that. And then in turn, because he's dealing with that, I feel like it's kind of put you in a place too of having conflict and struggle and anxiety and being like, what is going on? Like, what's happening with this person? So yeah, I feel like it kind of puts you in the same place. Just because it's like, the vibes kind of rub off one another in a sense when they do that. But he's definitely struggling. And we have the 5 of Swords, which is just more of that, basically. It's just more conflict. It's more struggle. It's more insanity. So this is just basically backing up our 5 of Wands here, and the fact that there's conflict and anxiety and struggle, fighting, not good stuff. So I feel like he's definitely dealing with some shit. I don't feel like it's personal with you though. I feel like it's other things in his life he has going on. He's not in a great place. And we have the Ten of Pentacles. So the Ten of Pentacles is good. The Ten of Pentacles is happily ever after. It's ultimate fulfillment. It's having the life that we want to have. It's living the life that we want to have. It's living in the house that we want to live in, with the person that we want to live in, with the car that we want to drive, so on and so forth. So I do feel like he sees this with you. You are the Queen of Pentacles. So of course the Queen of Pentacles is going to bring the Ten of Pentacles. It kind of goes hand in hand. So I feel like he does want that life with you. He does see that life with you. I feel like he can't necessarily see the bridge between where he's at with all the conflict and struggle to get to here with you and the Ten of Pentacles. It's like these two things are far away from him and he has to like bridge the gap and he has to figure that out. But I do feel like he wants to get there. He doesn't know how to get there, but he wants to get there. And you got the Ten of Cups too. The Ten of Cups is about emotional fulfillment. So, the Ten of Pentacles is usually about like material possessions, kind of ultimate fulfillment. But the Ten of Cups is that emotional part. So I feel like he sees that with all of you. It's like he feels like he can have the lifestyle that he wants, basically, and that he's going to be fulfilled and have all the love in his life that he could ever want, that he could ever need with that Ten of Cups with you. So I feel like you make him feel really good. But yeah, just because you're separated from somebody doesn't mean that they don't love you. It doesn't mean that they don't care about you. We got to look beyond a lot of the surface stuff a lot of the times, because there's usually so much more. There's so much more than meets the eye that we don't realize, that we don't know. So yeah, I feel like he wants all those great things with you, and I feel like that stuff is available to you guys. But whatever's going on here with this conflict and chaos and struggle, that stuff needs to go, because you can't be living in the Ten of Cups with the Ten of Pentacles, living in your perfect life with all that other gunk going on. Those two things do not mix. So clearly he's got to clear some of that crap out. And I would say on your end too, if there's any area in your life where you're experiencing conflict and chaos and struggle, once again, that's probably something else that also needs to go away. If you clear up your side of the street, he'll clear up his side of the street. And we have the Three of Swords. So I feel like there has been a lot of heartache, that there has been a lot of heartbreak in this situation between the two of you. It hasn't been easy. I feel like, he's probably broken your heart. You've probably broken his heart. You guys have probably broken each other's hearts, basically. So it's been a struggle. It hasn't been easy, which makes sense with all this other conflict and chaos that's going on here. So it hasn't been easy. That's for sure. There's stuff that needs to be healed there. And we have the Nine of Cups. So the Nine of Cups is, just one cup away from this, one cup away from that 10. And I feel like this is basically where you need to strive to be right now in order to get to that 10 of Cups. The Nine of Cups, basically, I always see this card as like my little genie in a bottle card, basically. I see it as like, this unicorn is its own little genie in a bottle. It can make its wish come true. You just got to rub it the right way. But yeah, so I feel like you can make your wishes come true. You can make your dreams come true. This is kind of just being in like a single, sexy, confident kind of energy. So it's an energy where it's like you feel good within yourself, regardless of what's happening with him, regardless of what's happening in other areas of your life. But you feel good within yourself, and you feel good that you can change things and you can make things better, and that you can get things to where you want them to go, basically. Let's see what else we get. Oh, it's too many cards. That was too many. And we have the Seven of Swords. So the Seven of Swords can be that self-sabotaging, self-defeating kind of thoughts. So, if there's a part of you that's just like, yeah, I want that 10 of Cups and I want that 10 of Pentacles with him, but I can't possibly do this. I can't possibly be like this confident person who can make my wishes come true. I can't possibly do that. If you're talking to yourself, telling yourself that, then you're right. You're not going to be able to. So, no self-sabotaging here. So there could be self-sabotage going on your end. There could be self-sabotage going on his end. Most likely it's probably going on both ends, especially if there's, all this conflict and chaos and that kind of stuff. So, you gotta stop beating yourself up. He's got to stop beating himself up over what's going on for you guys. Let me take a drink of water. So yeah. All right, let me get one more tarot card and then I'll pull you some oracle cards here to see what else we need to know with the situation. And we have the Two of Cups. So I do believe at the end of the day, he is your perfect match. He is the right partnership for you. There is a good partnership that is here. So, if you ever doubt during this time of separation that he isn't your person, this is definitely to confirm to you that, yeah, he is your person. So don't doubt that, it can work out. It can happen here. So let me get you some timing cards to see if we can find out maybe like when he'll be back, if it's been a long time between the two of you. Let's see what we get here. All right. Let's have some timing here, please. Let's see what's going on. Where is my dog? I don't know where he went. He's hiding. I wanted him to lay down next to me in his bed. His bed is right next to me, but I have a feeling he's hiding under the couch. He does that sometimes when I do readings. He's afraid I'm going to have cards flying everywhere, going at his face or something. I don't know. He has a little anxiety right now. My dog has anxious attachment style. Speaking of attachment styles, he's definitely anxious. Okay, so we have confusion. What is true and who is real? What will time reveal? So I feel like this card is definitely emphasizing the fact that you seem to have a lot of confusion going on, which makes sense. But here's the thing that I've always known. Here's the thing that I've always heard. A long time ago, I heard this phrase, and it's just always stuck with me because it makes sense. God is not the author of confusion. So if you're confused, if it doesn't make sense, then it's not the end of the story. That's not the way it's supposed to end. That's not the way it's supposed to go. So that just means you're still somewhere in the thick of the plot, basically. You're somewhere in the thick of all the craziness is what it comes down to. But that doesn't mean that you're not going to get there. So if you're confused, just kind of take a step back and let time do its thing to give you the answers that you're seeking. Because I do feel like the answers that you're seeking when it comes to him, it's on the way. The important thing is to not become obsessed with trying to figure out those questions, basically. Just let it kind of flow. It's fine to ask those questions, to put those questions out there into the universe, but then just kind of let it come the way that it's supposed to come naturally. Let's see what else we get. We also have future. A year from today, you will be on your way. So I do feel like it's going to take some time, which doesn't surprise me because you got all this conflict and chaos going on here that came out. There's clearly some self sabotage that needs to be dealt with, and there's some healing that needs to be done. And none of that stuff happens overnight. Soul work is slow work. It takes time. It doesn't happen right away. It's not drive through. It's not microwavable. Anything that's worth having, any significant amount of growth and change, it takes time is what it comes down to. Anything that's worth it should take time. It's like if you go to a fancy restaurant, it takes time to get your order to come. They're in the kitchen, they're working on your food, your filet mignon or whatever it is. It takes time. It's not the same as going going to McDonald's or whatever. But it's worth it. It's worth what you're getting, or at least it should be, obviously. So it may take some time, but I do feel like a year from now you are going to see a major difference. So don't get disheartened, don't feel down, don't don't feel discouraged just because things are not changing and things are not happening right here right now the way that you want them to. It's going to take some time, but if it's worth it, if he's worth it, if it's worth it, then it's worth the wait, is what it comes down to. So yeah. So it could be about a year. I feel like it may not necessarily be a year until like you hear from him. You could hear from him sooner than that. But I feel like just in terms of like the changes that you're asking for, like the big changes that you want, it'll probably take some time and may not appear for like another year yet. And hi, I see stuff going on in the chat there. I just can't read it because my computer is like too far back. I always have to like pull it in now to read the comments because it's like way out there for me. So I see stuff going on there. Okay. Seconds tick by. Stop watching the time. Obsessed and repressed. So, especially if you do have to wait like a year for things to kind of like work themselves out, with things on his end, and, you working on what you need to on your end. The next year is going to go a lot slower if you're watching the clock. If you're watching the time, if you're obsessed with the clock, basically, it's going to take a lot longer. It's like the whole thing, time flies when you're having fun. Think about it when you were like in school or whatever, like as a kid, it used to feel like the clock would take forever to move in order to like become 3:00, and then it's like, oh, it's time to go home. It would take forever to get out of school. But then it's like on the flip side, you could go to Disneyland. Like I went on Tuesday and that day flew by like that. It was like I was there in the blink of an eye because I was having fun. I wasn't thinking about the time. So have fun, have fun with the next year. It doesn't have to be a drag. It doesn't have to be torture. It doesn't have to be some big horrible thing. Half of it is perspective. So if you enjoy the journey on the way to where you're going, then it's going to be a lot more beneficial to you than if not. We also have depression. It's in the dark, you feel the heart. So I do feel like I feel like this advice of like, have fun, time flies when you're having fun. I feel like that's probably a hard pill for you to swallow because I do feel like there's probably some depression going on here. For you, also likely for him. But at the same time, like I do feel like in that depression and in that sadness, you kind of are able to feel a little bit more than if it was just kind of like all light and fluffy and whatever kind of a thing. So yeah, I get it. It's not easy. It's not easy. I do feel like that burden can lighten though. It doesn't have to be all sad and doom and gloom. The depression thing also makes sense here, with the heartache that has happened and all the conflict and struggle too that has been happening here. That makes sense why that would be there. Let's see what else we get. We also have 717, star seeds, light codes, awakened love. So even though this situation hasn't been the easiest for you, I do feel like, this is an awakening type of love is what it comes down to. That the reason why it's so hard, the reason why it's a challenge and it's not just, easy peasy, go with the flow, is it's meant to make you grow. It's meant to make you stretch leaps and bounds and, um, you know, rise up and become more and be better and all these other things than what you had imagined and what you had thought before. So it's meant to challenge you. It's not meant to keep you comfortable in your comfort zone. It's meant to challenge you. I would also be on the lookout for 717 because you did get 717 here. So if you've been seeing 717 a lot, just kind of take that as confirmation of things that you need to know and really pay attention to like what you're thinking about and what you're feeling when you do see 717, because it's probably going to give you an inkling as to things that you probably need to know. Let's see what else we got here. I'm going to pull a couple more. We have stop and look around. All you want will be found. So I feel like this card is basically saying, in the meantime, while you're going through all this, stop and look around, which is kind of like stop and look around at what you already have. That's kind of how I take it, is stop and look around at what you already have. Because chances are there's already a lot of awesome, amazing things in your life that you probably already have. You probably have, other good things happening in your life outside of that situation, whether it's your job or your friends or family members or heck, even if you have a pet, like somewhere around here is my dog. I'm thankful for him. But yeah, we all have something to be thankful for. Just the fact that, you have internet access and you're able to get onto a live like one of these and get a reading done. That's something to be thankful for. There are people who live in third world countries that have never touched a computer in their entire lives. So there's always something to be thankful for. And I think the more thankful you are through this situation, it will help you on the journey part of it on the way to where you're going. Because I can't sit here and tell you, oh yeah, this is going to happen tomorrow, because I don't think this is going to happen tomorrow. Not just because of the year card, but also just because, there is a lot of heartache. There is a lot of self-sabotage. There is a lot of conflict and struggle that's been going on here. And none of those things clear up easily. Those things take time. They also have the potential to morph into these amazing and beautiful things here, because, you got lots of good stuff too that can come out of this, like with deep struggle and deep pains and all that kind of stuff. There's major rewards and major blessings on the other side of it, but you got to have the stamina to kind of like press through and get to the other side, because it's not for the faint of heart. It's not easy, that's for sure. I know it's a completely different situation. It's a different comparison, but once again, I've lived in LA for the past 15 years, and LA is not the easiest city. It's very transient. A lot of people come and go. And because I have been here for 15 years, I've seen a lot of that. I've seen a lot of people come and go. And it's because it's not easy. It's not an easy city to live in. But there's also a lot of rewards that come with working it out here and living here. And, now I've been here 15 years and I feel like I've done my time. But but that's, for different reasons. It's not because I'm giving up or anything like that. It's just because I feel like I've lived the season of my life. But, like I said, and anything that's worth having comes with risk. It comes with struggle. It doesn't come easy. It's hard. It's difficult. Think about people who go through like grad school and stuff like that and become doctors and lawyers. Like they go above and beyond like the traditional high school 4 years of college kind of thing. That's a lot of extra work that, I don't know, because I'm not a doctor or a lawyer or anything, but I would hope that they're getting a pretty decent reward out of putting in all the extra time at school, meaning that they get a good job and that they're able to make decent money and they're able to enjoy what they do, kind of a thing. Finally, we have wisdom. Yesterday came, tomorrow will too. It's time to decide what you will do. So at the end of the day, it's up to you. That's kind of what this card is saying. At the end of the day, it is 1010% up to you. You can either choose to stay where there's heartache and self-sabotage and conflict and struggle when it comes to him, or you can start, your own metamorphosis here and your own change out of this, which, you do your work. He'll wind up reflecting that. He'll wind up doing his end of that too and do his work. And then that'll shift things to your 10 of Pentacles and your 10 of Cups. So you can have your 2 of Cups with him. Because you got both sides of the spectrum here. You got the good and you got the bad. And I feel like you can take it from one place to another, but it's going to take work. It's a journey. It's a transformation. So yeah, hopefully that helps you out. It makes some sense. I know it's a complicated, crazy world and situation. And it's not easy, but like I said, the best things are usually worth it. Okay, another sip of water. Then I'm going to check all these comments here because I see there's lots of talking going on. And then I see there's another PayPal. I'm assuming that might be you, Melissa, because I know you mentioned you want to get another one. Okay, let's see what's happening here because I have not checked what's happening in the chat. Okay. Let's see. Melissa, you went for a Venti. You're curious about this person. Oh, the dream person? Is that who we're talking about? Mr. Dream Man? He may not be single, but I'm most definitely not pursuing him. Well, no, you shouldn't pursue him if he's not single. Maybe he will be at some point, obviously, especially if that's going to wind up manifesting, but I will let him go, but I can't stop thinking about him, trying to forget him. Oh, that is not a fun one. It's been a roller coaster ride. Viridiana, I get it. It is usually a roller coaster ride. Hi, KB. I feel like it's been forever since I've seen you. You listen to me in the background while doing other things. Oh, that's so sweet. It's very interesting that you brought up the separation thing. Well, I didn't bring it up. The readings come to me, and if someone is separated, then, we wind up talking about their separation. I've been thinking about that for a month now. The person that I like lives close to me, and he hasn't spoken to me in 3.5 years. I think there is no excuse for it, but when I feel like moving on, his name pops up everywhere. I get messages and songs, etc. The last 2 weeks of April were crazy. Oh, wow. Yeah, I get that. It's kind of like you just kind of have to like let it be what it's going to be. It's the best way I can come to the conclusion of, because like in my situation, majority of the time that I've been separated from my person, we've been 2,000 miles apart. But then there have been other periods where we've been closer in proximity to each other. Like LA and San Diego, they're not like, right next door to each other. San Diego is 2 hours south of LA. So it's still like a distance by a drive, I guess you could say, but it's still a lot closer than 2,000 miles. And now where I'm moving, the apartment that I got is like a little bit too close for comfort. That I was not planning on getting this place, but that's where I got approved. So like I didn't plan it that way on purpose. It just happened like that. I actually applied at a different place before I got approved for this place. And they rejected me at the one that was further away from him because they didn't like how I made money. So it's kind of dumb. I had enough money to pay for it and everything, but they were like, no, we don't like the way you make money. So we're rejecting you. I'm like, fine, I don't want to live there anyway. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, Melissa. You're in Long Beach. That's right. I remember you're one of the LA people. You and Anise. Anise is like in the valley, and I'm in Los Feliz. Yeah, California's, well, LA at least is kind of crazy. Not all of California. I think it depends where you're at in California. But you're very welcome, very Deanna. I'm glad I was able to help. Hang in there. I get it. It's not easy. No, I'm not moving to Northbrook. I'm moving back to the Chicago area. Yes. I feel like KB's not in the know. I might as well let you know, KB. And then I'll get into Melissa's second question. So yeah, I'm officially moving. So, I was there for like 5 months. I was staying with my mom for like 5 months, November until just like towards the end of April. And I did some apartment searching when I was there, and there was one place I applied at first. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. It was amazing. And like I said, they rejected me. They didn't like how I made money. Basically, they wanted somebody who works like a 9-to-5 job and has W-2s and that kind of thing. And I don't do that. I work for myself. I, get paid through PayPal and Venmo and have 1099s and that kind of thing. I'm self-employed, and they didn't like that. They just didn't like that. So they rejected me. But I wound up applying at this other place, and I held back on applying for it for the longest amount of time because it's really, really close to where he is. And I was like, I don't want to apply there just because he's there. Like, I don't want to do that. But there's 2 metaphysical shops that are also super close by that would be very helpful for me in terms of getting supplies. And in terms of like, if someone wanted to see me in person to do a reading, I could go over to one of those 2 shops and do it over there, basically. So it was beneficial from that standpoint. And both my mom and my best friend, they were just like, no, you should go over to that apartment. You should go to that apartment and go and apply for it. And I guess there's kind of like some family ties to like that specific area too. It's like in this weird halfway point between where my mom lives in Northbrook and where my dad is buried, because my dad, he's buried up in Wisconsin, and it's kind of like this halfway point in between the 2 of them. And my mom was just like, no, I have a really good feeling about this place. You need to go and apply. And I was very resistant simply because of him. But I applied and I got approved, and they were like, they're all excited to have me come there. And, here in LA, I mean, you can't really tell because it's getting dark right now, but I'm in a 1-bedroom here in Los Feliz, and I'm going to be getting, I have a 2-bedroom back there, and I'm going to be paying $600 less than what I'm paying here right now. So, I mean, money wise, it's good. It's amazing. So there's a lot of benefits to it. There's more benefits to it than just him. But I am a little wigged out that it is so close to him, because it's like I could literally go to the grocery store and anything could happen. So it makes me a little freaked out. I'm like, what is going on here? But it's one of those things where it's like, if I got to tell you guys I got to trust, that you got to trust, then I got to trust too. So, that's why I'm just like, I'll just preach it to myself here. Anyway. Yeah, well, yeah, the northern suburbs, at least where Northbrook is, yeah, is kind of it is kind of snobbish in my mom's area. But I didn't grow up in Northbrook. I grew up in Wheeling, and Wheeling is like another town over from Northbrook. Um, and Wheeling is nothing like Northbrook whatsoever. But the reason why my mom lives in Northbrook is like the retirement community that she wanted to live in there. That's why she's over there. Like that was where she wanted to be. That was where she wanted to go. So that's why she's there. So I'm going to be more further out, definitely more like northwest. So that's what's going on there. But thank you guys. I appreciate the support, especially with this crazy move. Although I am going to miss LA. I'm going to miss Los Feliz. I'm going to miss this place so bad. Like I'm just within walking distance to Alcove, the little restaurant place around the corner, and then there's the House of Pies. That's within walking distance to. They're such good places. And I'm going to miss my property manager here because she takes such good care of the building. Like after I turned in my notice to vacate, I don't think you can see it behind me. Well, it's kind of dark, but there's some boxes back there. They're folded up, but she brought all these boxes, like tons of these folded up old boxes for me to use for my move to help save money on boxes for me, basically. I was like, oh my gosh, she's such a sweetheart. I'm going to miss her. Oh, Deerfield. Okay, my uncle actually lives in Deerfield. That's so funny. He lives like in the area, kind of like border like Deerfield, Buffalo Grove. He kind of lives in that area. So, what is that noise? I feel like my fridge was just like humming or something, making some kind of crazy noise. Okay, enough chatter about my move. I could sit here and just talk about the move all day. I'll just crack out my little selenite wand and talk all about moving. So this goes here, that goes there, and woohoo, everywhere. Okay. Let me double check here. I know it's Melissa. I just want to double check to make sure I'm giving you the right thing because I'm like, what did you get again? Before I stop crashing PayPal. Why is it doing that? That's not good. It's weird. It'll crash and then it'll reload itself. Okay. All right, Melissa. Venti, I know you said your thing. I'm just going to go back and reread it because I kind of went on a tangent. Melissa in Long Beach. Do you live near the Queen Mary? Have you done the haunted tour on the Queen Mary? Oh my gosh, that thing is so scary. Like seriously, it freaks me out. Okay. Where was your, like, I know it was more about that guy. I just want to make sure. Okay. You're just curious about this person. So basically, we're just looking for kind of more details on him and the situation, I guess. Okay. All right. More details on this dude. So is this somebody that you're talking to online? Or like, hold on. You're 10 minutes away from the Queen Mary? You haven't gone, have you been on it at all? Like, have you gone to visit it? Like I've seen it like non-haunted tour wise, and then I've done like the haunted tour. Like years ago, there was one time my mom came out here and she wanted to go do it. She was like, let's go to the haunted tour. I was like, okay, let's go to the haunted tour. But it's seriously creepy. And I don't know if it's just because, I can pick up on the vibes and everything, but it's like they take you down into like, the bottom areas of the ship into like the pool area. And the pool area, there's like a lot of like paranormal activity. Like there was a little girl or something that drowned in there. And it's like, I kid you not, like it's like I could feel something breathing on the back of my neck. Like it was just creepy. It's so creepy. Anyway, yeah, if you get the chance to go scare yourself, go scare yourself. I don't even know if the Queen Mary is even like open or what it's doing right now with COVID, and who knows. But yeah, that's what I always think of. What else have I done down in Long Beach? I've been down to Long Beach for a few things. Queen Mary, the Aquarium of the Pacific, and I really like Joyce Meyer. So every time she would come into town to do like her conferences and stuff, I would always go to her conferences in Long Beach because she would always have them there. So those were always a lot of fun in the pre-COVID days. Because I always tell people, check out her book, Battlefield of the Mind. She is so good with that battling the mental battle kind of stuff. All right. Let's see. What else do we need to know about this dude here from Melissa? What do we need to know? Oh, wait. Before I pull any cards, I'm just going to say it because every time I say it, good things happen. I don't know if it'll do it again or not, but union season. Union season is coming. Union season. Well, we got a pretty good card for union season. We got the Lovers. So we'll take it. You got the Lovers here. And the Lovers to me is like the best third party situation that someone could ever get because it's not like another person. Instead, it's you, it's him. And then the big unicorn up at the top, up in the sky is basically God. You know, it's like the Holy Trinity. It's like Father, Son, Holy Ghost kind of a thing. So it's all three of you together, united. It shows to me that, you know, it's definitely like a spiritual connection. It's a spiritual relationship kind of a thing. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of just confirming the fact that you do have a connection with this person, and it's not just some fleeting, random, whatever connection. It is, it's a spiritual connection. It's a high level commitment, spiritual connection. So, let's see what else we get. We have the Knight of Swords. So with the Knight of Swords coming through, I feel like he is going to rush in at some point and tell you his truth, is what it comes down to. So, you know, if he is committed elsewhere, if he's not available, if he's not single, I feel like the minute he becomes single, he's going to rush into you and tell you his truth of, hey, I'm not single anymore. I like you. So I do feel like he will rush in. He will tell you his truth. He will tell you that. Because that unicorn, he's moving fast. I mean, he's got the wind flowing through his mane there. He is not slow. He is moving quick. He is on the way. We also have the Five of Cups. So the Five of Cups is kind of about like feeling like there's a missed opportunity there. You know, this unicorn is focused on these three cups that have spilt over here and isn't really paying attention to the fact that there are two over here just like waiting for him to enjoy, and they're perfectly full and perfectly available for him, to him, kind of a thing. So I feel like for him, this is where he may be kind of at right now. Because I know like the seclusion thing came out for you earlier and everything, and this may be a part of what's going on for him too. He may have some cups that have spilt over, missed opportunities, things that have gone wrong in his life. And, you know, he may be just busy looking at that right now, focused on that. Like if he is committed elsewhere, he could be looking at like the spilt cups of that relationship. He could be looking at that saying, this isn't working. This isn't going to fly. This isn't happening for me, kind of a thing. So he could be looking at those spilt cups basically, and he may not completely notice the fact that he has two cups over here that are perfectly full and perfectly available to him. He just may not completely notice it. He may not completely realize it just yet. But I feel like once he does, you know, he's going to be like, whoosh, I found my cups. I got to tell you, I found my cups. I found them. Drink with me, please. There are two. Let's see what else we get here for him. We have death. So death is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. I would feel like if it was the 10 of Swords, I would be a little bit more concerned because the 10 of Swords is also death, but it's painful. It's a painful ending. Death is still an ending, but at the same time, death is also a new beginning. It's a rebirth. It's transformation. It's a change happening. So I feel like that's what needs to happen here. Once again, if he is with somebody else, if there is something else going on in his life, that stuff needs to change. That stuff needs to pass away, basically, for this new beginning to happen. Like the seclusion, any of the stuff that has been around that you just don't want it to be around, whether it's third parties or isolation or whatever it may be, that's the kind of stuff that is going to come to pass. And, that may be kind of the stuff that is a little painful here with that 3 of Cups that's spilt over there. Like, ooh, boo-hoo, it's over. But, oh, wait, I've got 2 more cups over here that I can explore and have fun with. So, yeah, he's probably going through a transformation with that, which means you're probably going through a transformation of sorts too. Even though you don't have necessarily the same type of thing going on that he does, that doesn't mean that you're not transforming too, because we all transform. Like, for example, I know I bring up my own situation here quite a bit as an example, but, I'm going through my journey too, as you guys are going through yours. And as I have been in the process of moving, I've noticed that there are certain things that my person is doing to improve his life. And those things have nothing to do with me. It's nothing that directly involves me. But I know that him simply taking steps to improve his life and do things that takes care of him, that's a transformation. He's transforming with something at the same time I'm transforming with something. And if we're both transforming with things that we both need to individually, separately from one another, that's going to help us when it comes to anything dealing with one another. So it doesn't even have to be the same things necessarily. Like, obviously, he's not moving across country right now, but he is dealing with some other changes. But they're good changes, like good things that are happening for him. And kind of surprised me, honestly, because I just figured he'd always be how he is. But those are good things. We want transformation. We want transformation to happen. We also have the Knight of Cups. So I do feel like he has a cup of love that he wants to bring your way. The Knight of Cups definitely, he comes along with his cup. So we got 2 knights here, the Knight of Swords and the Knight of Cups. So he probably wants to bring in his truth of his love is what it comes down to. And I feel like, the Knight of Cups, he's also kind of like this sweet talker. He knows exactly what to say because he does have all this emotion. So I feel like the words are just going to flow right out of him like butter. Like, it's just going to be like, mwah, like perfect. It's going to be like he's going to write you a song or something. I don't know. It's like poetry, if that makes any sense. And we have the 6 of Swords. So I do feel like you guys are on a journey for sure, because, these 3 unicorns, once again, we got that Holy Trinity kind of happening here because we got 3 unicorns here. We got 3 unicorns here. And it's basically the same 3. So, these 2, it would be like you and him, and then here's God in the back, and he's the one with the oar, and he's directing the direction of your boat. He's the one who's guiding it and leading it along the way. So I feel like, you, him, and God, you guys are all together. You guys are in the boat, and you're on a journey. And, you're going from point A to point B across that body of water. So I do feel like you're doing that right now. And, it's a journey. There are twists, there are turns. It definitely doesn't happen overnight, which is why you need some temperance here, which is, kind of code for patience. Whenever I see temperance, I think of patience. Temperance is also about balance too. It's about bringing things into balance. And it takes a lot of patience to do that. Things usually just don't balance out overnight by themselves. It does take a little bit of time, but it is worth it. It's always worth it. And we have the Page of Swords. So, the Page is kind of like the one right before the Knight. The Page is the one who thinks about what they want to say. They think about coming forward. And then, the Knight is the one who actually takes the action. So for the present moment, he could kind of be more so in this kind of place. He could be just thinking about it. But eventually he's going to get to the place where he's like, whoosh, time to move in forward and express what I need to say to you, kind of a thing. As long as we've got the Divine Time Oracle out, we might as well give you some timing when it comes to this. And I see you, PayPal. I see you lighting up there. Let's see what we get timing-wise for this dude. See what's going on. Impatience. They will be back just like that, which is funny because I just told you should probably have some patience. So yeah, definitely have some patience here with temperance, let things balance themselves out basically. But, he's going to come around. He's going to come around probably when you least expect it, which is why it's important to be patient. And I feel like that's the hardest part of this whole thing is being patient. It really is. Like when my person and I first reconnected, and especially during parts where I was really confused, like, why is he even here? Like, why is he in my life? Like, I didn't think this person was ever going to be back in my life. What does this mean? My best friend, and, she's not a reader. She doesn't do anything like this. She works for Wayfair. My best friend, she told me, she was just like, Heather, you need to have faith and you need to have patience. This whole thing is about faith and patience. And she has been 100% right from day one. Since day one when he resurfaced, she has been 100% right. And if she watches the playback for this, she's going to love the fact that I'm giving her the credit for this right now. But she's right. She's completely right. So yeah. And she's not even like a twin flame person or anything like that, but she gets it. She gets it. Confused. What is true and who is real? What will the time reveal? So once again, I feel like time is going to be the thing to kind of play this whole thing out. So, I love the fact that there is all these good vibes that do come out for you dealing with him, with like the Lovers. And I know with the other question, you got the Four of Wands and stuff. So there's a lot of good stuff that can happen here. I think it's just a matter of kind of just like going with the flow and letting things just kind of, unfold naturally. Don't push it, don't pressure it. Just keep living your life and doing your own thing and, let it unfold naturally. That's honestly the best thing that you can do. It's like there's no point of torturing yourself and trying to figure it out otherwise. Just go with your gut. And all the cards are like, we're all going to come out now. No, we're not going to take all of you. Just one or two at a time, please. Seconds tick by. Stop watching the time. Obsessed and repressed. You're getting some of the same cards that Vera Diana got earlier. So yeah, it must be something in the air, something on the collective side of it there. So yeah, don't worry about watching the clock. Don't worry about watching the time or anything like that. Time flies when you're having fun. And I know you're in LA, Melissa, so the best way to have fun is go to Disneyland. Do what I did, go to Disneyland. I mean, seriously, go to Disneyland. And then the next day, you'll get to have the Disneyland hangover and die for like a day, because that was me on Wednesday. There's so much that I have to do, and I didn't move on Wednesday. I would like get up and I'd be like, I really need to do things. And my body was like, no, you don't. you need to go back to bed. You're tired. And like everything hurt. Like I have some sunburn here, like on my shoulders. So, I got a little bit too much sun on Tuesday, and then my legs hurt from just like all the walking and everything. So yeah, Disneyland ran me over. But it's so worth it. I would gladly do it over and over again. And I'm going to be back there again on May 18th. So bring it. Bring that mouse on. We also have open a book, take a look. The answers you seek will come this week. So I do feel like insight and clarity and just more information that I feel like you're seeking when it comes to this guy is coming to you, because I know that's kind of what you want in general. You just kind of want more information when it comes to him. And I do feel like you're going to get that. So I would say pay attention to the signs, the synchronicities, pay attention to your dreams, pay attention to songs. Pay attention to the things that really speak to you, that really vibe with your soul, that really vibe with your spirit, because that's the confirmation that you need to know. That's the kind of stuff that you need to be paying attention to. So, just trust it. Don't second guess shit. We also have divine feminine, receptive and nurturing. So I feel like that's just confirming the fact that, you are divine feminine. Just stay in that receptive, nurturing, loving, caring, kind of like a motherly kind of figure in a sense, almost kind of energy. The more warm you are, the more that's going to draw him in, regardless of what's happening on his end, regardless of what's happening in his life. So yeah, just be a magnet, because that's what the divine feminine is. It's like she doesn't have to like go out there and hustle and do all these things. Like it just comes to her. It just comes to her naturally. Just be a beacon. Be a beacon for him. And we have illusions. Time is an illusion. Release your confusion, which I feel like kind of piggybacks on this card, because this card mentions confusion, and then this card mentions stop watching the time with the seconds ticking by. So I feel like this card is kind of like a combination of these two put together. I feel like it just kind of confirms that. So when we get all crazy about like watching the time go by and that kind of thing, it can bring us unnecessary confusion. So try not to do that to yourself. Time flies when you're having fun. Go to Disneyland. That's going to be my PSA for anyone who lives in LA, or at least in Southern California. Go to Disneyland. I know I can't tell every person that who comes to a reading, but if I know you're here, I'm going to tell you, go to Disneyland. That's my medicine for you as a reader. I say, go to Disneyland. Okay, let me check the comments here. I know there's another PayPal. I'm going to check that in just a minute. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. Yes, during the daytime, a play inside the boat in the back. Oh, they did a play like on the Queen Mary? That's crazy. I didn't even know they did plays there. You have no communication with him, sent him a message once and he never replied, so you left him alone. Well, that's good. You're not being like crazy stalker girl or anything, so that's a good thing. You don't want to do that. Sounds fantastic. The events were awesome. Yes, the lovers. You're gonna faint. Oh my gosh. Yes, he has a girlfriend. I feel that I'm working on practicing more gratefulness and acknowledging everything I do for myself and others. Well, that's good. That's the best place to start for sure. All right. So obviously that PayPal is UKB. I'm going to check on that in just a minute, just reading through what Melissa had to say. You haven't met him, but he seems like a kind person from what you saw online. I would like to meet him one day and have a conversation like a friend from long ago. He feels like someone I knew before. Well, chances are, if you feel like that, you probably did. You guys probably knew each other in a past life. There's probably a past life connection there. Yeah, it feels past life. There you go. Yeah, impatience is a bitch. Yes, and you do need to go to Disneyland. I will never stop emphasizing that. It's dark over there. I should walk over there and show you guys all my ears. Because I have like tons of ears. They're like way on the other side of the room. But maybe when I'm done with readings, if you want to see my ear collection, I'll show you my ears. I have so many ears, it's not even funny. So true. We walk so much in the park and waiting in line too. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Getting the signs a lot. I'll definitely look into, yes. Disneyland. Yes, definitely. You're very welcome, Melissa. Okay, let me see about KB, because I know KB got something on PayPal. I'm like, oh, why is it doing that? It like crashes and then it comes back up again. I don't know what's going on with PayPal. It's being weird. Okay, KB, what's your question? I got your money, but I don't think you put down a question yet. So what is your question, KB? So I know what to pull. So I know what to do. Shadow, are you down there? Where are you? Yep, you're down here. Come here. He's back at my feet again. He's back at my feet. What are you doing? Do you want to do a reading? Do you want to do a reading? Do you want to say hi to everybody? Do you want to do a reading for KB? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, you're on YouTube. Say hi. Say hi to people. Say hi. He's tired. Aw. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. You're a very good boy. I love you. Are you excited to move? Are you going to miss your friends here? He has like so many dog friends here. I'm ripping him away from his social circle. All you have back at home right now is Callie. So I don't know how you're going to do it, but we'll figure it out. Okay. I see KB finally commented. So I'm going to put you down so I can do a reading. Unless you want to do it. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do her reading? I feel like he wants to do your reading. No, you can lay down in your bed. Okay? All right? I'm going to put you down. I'm going to put you down. There you go. Okay. All right. I put him down. Now I can read. All right. Your question is, what was those strange happenings about your person about? It started with a dream and went crazy from there. Ooh. Sounds pretty interesting. You got me interested now. I'm like, what's going on? Okay. Crazy happenings. All right, let's find out. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on, Shadow. I put you in your bed. You walk over into the kitchen. I don't know. He's crazy. All right. All right, for KB, what's going on with her and her person? Crazy happenings. What's happening with the crazy happenings? I don't know. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find out. Ah, too many cards. Too many cards. All right. All right. So we have the Two of Wands is the first thing out. So that would be about like making a confident decision. So maybe whatever the craziness is that's been going on between you and your person, maybe that stuff had to happen in order for decisions to be made with confidence. So decisions are not made from like a wishy-washy weird place or anything. So it could be that there are some decisions that need to be made in confidence. Let's see what else is going on. Shadow, I do not want to run over you. He is like walking around my feet. He's being weird. Ah, it's too many. They all want to like flip out at once. No, I don't want all these cards. Too many, too many. Okay. What I say? It's union season, right? 4 of Wands. So I feel like if things are crazy, if things are chaotic, if things are like kind of swirling and whirling in a way that you didn't expect it to be, it's all preparation for union. It's all preparation for you guys to come together. Usually there is craziness that happens before the good stuff happens. So if there's craziness that's happening, I feel like it's putting you both in a position to make decisions confidently towards one another, so you guys can come into union, so you guys can come together and, basically have the relationship, have the life that you guys want to have together. Let's see what else is going on with the craziness. We also have judgment. So I feel like the craziness also happened because basically a judgment call needed to happen. Sometimes it's like if we don't do the necessary thing that needs to be done, or they don't do the necessary thing that needs to be done, it's like if we don't do it ourselves, it's like it's kind of weird, because it's like, yes, there is free will. We can all make our own decisions, obviously, but then at the same time, there's also God's will, and God's will automatically kind of trumps our will. And it's like, he has a divine plan. He has a divine way of how he's going to do things, and he's going to get things done, whether we do our will our way or not. So usually things go a lot smoother and a lot easier if, we just kind of go along with his plans rather than our own. When we're doing our own thing and kind of veering off on our own path, that's when things get a little crazy. That's when things get a little chaotic and a little insane. And when that happens, it's like judgment has to come along to kind of correct things and kind of put things back on that divine path, to kind of put things back on the correct course. I can't remember whose reading it was earlier, but there was somebody earlier where I had mentioned something along the lines of like, it's like if you're supposed to change something in your life and you're sitting there in your comfort zone and you're not doing it and you're not moving whatever it is you need to be moving with, if you don't do it, it's like your hand is going to be forced eventually with that judgment call. And, God's going to make that judgment call for you. And he's going to be like, well, you won't get off your ass, so I'm going to make you get off your ass, kind of a thing. Because change is inevitable in life. There's not a lot that we can count on, but change is the one thing that we can always count on. So it's like we might as well get into it ourselves, with doing it willingly ourselves rather than having it forced upon us in a sense. So I feel like if things have been crazy and chaotic, it's because final judgment calls are being made to align things to where they need to be, to put you guys both in situations where you're ready to make those confident decisions. So yeah, I definitely feel like that's kind of just like that stuff that's like bigger, that's beyond you guys. That's like God basically stepping in and divinely orchestrating things. It's like the kind of stuff that only he can do. It's like, it's not the kind of thing man can do. It's the only thing that, he can do, kind of a thing. We also have the Page of Pentacles. So I do feel like he has an authentic, genuine offer of love to bring your way. So I feel like that's going to be the ultimate decision that he's going to make confidently to come your way with that authentic offer. It's definitely something that would be in the physical. So, whether that be like a date or another level of commitment or whatever the case that may be. But I definitely feel like he's going to bring along a offer in the physical here, which will wind up bringing you guys into that place of union because it's union season. As I said earlier, I don't know, gosh, all the cards want to go everywhere again. I don't know if you missed it earlier, KB, because I know you came in later, but when I just rolled in at home earlier today, before going live, like out of nowhere, like I was getting out of the car and like God kind of just like whistled in my ear and he was just like, oh, by the way, union season is coming. And I didn't feel like he was just talking about like me or anything, but I feel like he was talking about collectively, like everyone's going to be experiencing this. Like union season is coming. Like people are just going to be getting together and working things out with their person and making things better. So I was like, all right, well, I better let people know union season is coming. Union season is coming. Here I am live letting you guys know union season is coming. And we have the Knight of Swords. So I do feel like he will rush in and tell you his truth. So I feel like ultimately, yeah, like I said, things are going crazy because a judgment call is being made to set him up to make a decision confidently, to rush in and tell you his truth and bring an offer right along with that. So, that's all good stuff. It's all stuff that eventually equals union. So, like I said, the chaos is there for a reason. It's divinely orchestrated chaos is what it comes down to. And we have the 9 of Pentacles, which is just 1 pentacle away from the 10. So I feel like that's kind of probably where you're at right now. You're probably in this 9 of Pentacles, single, sexy, confident. You got all your pentacles together except for that one missing pentacle, which is, of course, bringing in that person to make it that full 10. But I feel like that's basically where you're at right now, and that's probably where he sees you as of the moment. And we have the King of Wands. So I feel like for you, he's basically your King of Wands. And the King of Wands, he's fiery, he's magnetic, he's sexy, he has big personality, he's outgoing, he's a people person basically, but he's a bit of a fireball at the same time too. So he has a lot of passion, he has a lot of desire. So yeah, he's basically your King of Wands. Let me get you some oracle cards too. We'll do some Journey of Love too and see what's happening. And all the cards just went on the floor. That's helpful. Hello, cards. I need you. Okay, there. I'm like, I need these cards. They're just flying around everywhere. At least it's easier for me to pick them up here than when I'm at my mom's, because at my mom's, like, it's just like this. It's not a desk. It's not a desk. It's not like a real space to be doing readings. I just kind of like, okay, I'm here at this bed trying to do readings, and here we go. Oh, we have twin flame. You are my other half. So, I mean, if things are going crazy, that explains it right there. Things always go crazy when it's your twin flame. I know I've seen it before. There's this meme I've seen floating around out there, speaking of Disneyland, and it'll show like a split picture of 2 different amusement park rides. And on the top one, it shows you the teacups from Disneyland, and it'll say on it soulmate. And then the bottom one, it'll show you this insane roller coaster from like Six Flags or something. And that one says twin flame. And that's accurate because the ride for twin flame would be the roller coaster, and roller coasters are crazy and chaotic. It's not like easy peasy, oh, we're on the teacups, blah, blah, blah. It would be nice if it was all easy, just like a soulmate. Those are great too. But if things are going crazy, if things are going a little weird and insane, yeah, well, that's why. Because they're your twin flame. Yeah, twin flames always come with the crazy. It's a roller coaster ride. So if you have a twin flame, no matter who you are, if you have a twin flame, you better like roller coasters. That's all I can say. You better like roller coasters. We also have doubt. I don't know what to do anymore. So I do feel like there has been some doubts and fears and insecurities that have kind of been triggered and, that have kind of surfaced and come up out of the craziness that's happened lately. But I feel like it's meant to do that, though. It's not meant to do that to make you doubt or to make you hurt or be in pain or anything like that. But I feel like it's meant to bring those things up so you can heal from those things. So you can get to a place where those types of things don't bother you anymore. So you're not doubting. So you're not in fear. So you can replace the fears with faith. So you can, feel good about things basically to eliminate any of those kind of crappy emotions. So, if it's brought up any doubts or fears, it's meant to do that for a reason. It's meant to do that so you can work through those things, not avoid those things. Not that you would avoid it on purpose or anything, but they're just things to work through and heal, basically. And we have beauty. Everything about you is perfect to me. So I do feel like this person finds you to be beautiful inside and out, physically, emotionally, mentally. I feel like this person sees you as stunning regardless, no matter what. So, that's just nice to know through the chaos. It's good to know that someone finds you beautiful and attractive, and, that's a good thing. That is a good thing. And we have unconditional. I'll always forgive you. So once again, if things are crazy, if things are chaotic, especially with the ups and downs, especially with the roller coaster ride of the twin flame journey, there is a lot of forgiveness that needs to happen. And, to be quite honest, twin flame or not, forgiveness is necessary in any close and intimate relationship. It doesn't matter if it's romantic or if it's like your best friend or a parent or a sibling or whoever it is. Like if you're in close relationship with somebody, there needs to be forgiveness, because you can love that person to the moon and back, but we're all human, we're all flawed. Therefore, they're going to make mistakes and fall short of things. We're going to make mistakes and fall short of things. So there needs to be forgiveness. So yeah, if things are crazy, it's an opportunity once again to forgive them for the shortcomings that happen there. And also it's an opportunity for them to forgive you too. It goes both ways. That's the whole point of unconditional love. If you can't love somebody because you can't forgive them, then that's love with conditions. That's love with strings attached, and it shouldn't be like that. And we have embarrassed. I feel like I've screwed up too much. So whatever's this crazy thing that's been going on, I feel like there's been like some kind of level of embarrassment that's kind of happened. Like there's been a little bit too much insanity where it's like, oh my gosh, this is too much. Like I can't deal with that kind of a thing. But once again, I feel like that kind of comes with the territory. And especially, if you're dealing with somebody who would basically be like your twin flame, it's like you can't really be embarrassed with that person, because it's like that person is like a reflection of yourself. It's like that's the one person you're going to get the most naked with. And I don't just mean physically, but like the most naked and real and raw with, emotionally and mentally and spiritually. And that's scary. That's all vulnerability kind of stuff. But that is the person you're going to get the most exposed to. And sometimes that can feel embarrassing, because there's sometimes like dark parts of ourselves that we don't want anybody else to know about, that we don't want anyone else to experience. Um, but that's the beauty, once again, of having that unconditional love, because chances are, if they show their darker parts to you, that doesn't make you love them any less. And they're not going to love you any less for you showing them your dark parts either. It goes hand in hand. Let me get one more. And we have fertile. I want you to be the parent of my child. So all this chaos could also be leading up to, like, quite literally physically having a baby. That could be a possibility too. If it's not like an actual physical child that could be coming into the world, it could just simply represent like the fertility of your connection, the fertility of your relationship, just the fact that there's like a lot of beautiful things that you guys could birth between one another, that the entire world, whoop, I almost knocked down my cup. The entire world could benefit from. But like I said, it could also very much so involve like a physical baby too, like a physical child. So that could be possible as well. So yeah, that's pretty awesome. So hopefully that helps you out with some of the craziness and chaos going on there. I'm going to pull that computer closer to me so I can check on the comments there. And I know there's another PayPal that came in. Let me bring this closer to me here so I can read, because it's too far away when it's back there. Okay. In the dream, my ex texted me, and I was indifferent in the dream, but excited in real life. Just crazy by yourself. He still hasn't spoken to me. Yep, he heard it. That's what caught my attention and made me sit down. The doubts are from you. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, is that you, Melissa? You put in another PayPal? No, that's totally fine. I mean, you're totally welcome to. I mean, I'm still here. I'm still hanging out. My battery's still good on my computer, so that's not a problem at all. So no, you're not annoying. You're not annoying me at all. That's where you're stuck, is the forgiveness part. Yeah, it's not easy. Give yourself time. You'll get there. I mean, you don't want to like forgive him falsely either. Like, kind of, you don't want to like force yourself and be just like, I'm going to force myself to forgive him. Like, you don't want to do that. Because then it's not coming from a genuine place. It's not coming from a real vulnerable place. Like, you want it to be authentic, because that's what's going to be best for the both of you. So forgive him when you're ready. Like, you need to do it. That's the most important thing. And I think you'll get there. So, be kind to yourself too in the process of it. Okay. So you wanted to know about your career. Okay, we can do that. We can do a little career thing. And Shadow is back at my feet again. Oh my goodness. Little boy at my feet. What is going on here? And PayPal, you just like to crash lately. You're driving me nuts. Okay, so a career reading, guidance for using your creativity. Okay, I am going to pull out the Soul Purpose Oracle for that one, because that one's kind of got like a career kind of vibe for it. Is this one the sole purpose? Yes, it is. I'm like, is this one the right one? Okay. Hi, you need to move. I'm going to run over you. I know. You're like, Mommy, what's going on? Oh my goodness. You need to stop. You need to stop being annoying. You're being the annoying one. What's going on? What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you going to do the reading? You're going to do the reading? You can put your paw on there. You're going to pick the right card. He's like, what's going on? What's going on? I'm going to put you down, okay? I got to do a reading. Yeah, I'm going to do a reading. Okay. You just stay here in your bed and be calm. See, he has anxious attachment style. He's very attached to me. I can't really do anything without him. It's a little crazy. I put him down and he's back to moving around and doing all kinds of crazy things. Okay. Let's see what we need to know here for Melissa with her career. Oh, we got one that just flipped out right away. We have Earthkeeper. You have been sent to protect Mother Earth. So I don't know if that resonates or clicks with you at all with the whole Earth thing. But yeah, I feel like it's basically saying, like, I don't know if you have like any like Earth kind of properties and that kind of thing in your chart, if you're an Earth sign or you got like any Earth stuff in your birth chart. But if you do, it could be confirmation of that. But I also feel like it's basically saying, that like you are here to kind of like take care of the earth. I don't know if you're passionate about like environmental issues and like, saving animals and going green and all that kind of stuff. But that could be one part of it right there. But let's see what else we have going on. We also have the Firekeeper. That's funny. We got Earthkeeper and Firekeeper. Phoenix, creator of sacred transformation. So, the Phoenix rises, obviously. The Phoenix rises from the ashes. And, the Phoenix is all about transformation. So I feel like you're more of a master of change and transformation more than you realize, more than you give yourself credit for. Especially in the workplace, I feel like it doesn't matter what it is that you're doing for a job, that whenever there are changes that come up, that come about, that, you can just flow through it, that you may be able to handle the transitions and the changes in the workplace probably better than other people around you, which is a good thing. So I feel like you can definitely handle that well. And it's funny because we got the Firekeeper and we got the Earthkeeper. So we got 2 out of the 4 elements so far. So maybe you got some fire stuff in your birth chart too. If you put fire and earth together, you get a volcano. So I don't know, maybe you're meant to be a volcanologist and check out the volcanoes, which is totally random. That's just funny. I feel like I'm only saying that because my former best friend from like years and years and years and years ago, she's not someone who is in my life anymore, but she was a little crazy and obsessed with volcanoes. She literally wanted to study them. So, yeah, and she didn't because she went to jail and did other things instead. But yeah, anyway, that's a different wild story for another time. We also have Energy Healer, channel through intention and touch. So I do feel like you have an inner healer inside of you. So I feel like, once again, it doesn't matter like where you go or who you're around. You could be at work. It could even be in your personal lives. But I feel like you have a healing presence, like you just being around others. So I feel like, once again, when things do get chaotic and crazy at work, when there's like changes and stuff, like I said, I feel like you're the one who handles those changes really well. And I feel like one of the reasons you are is you kind of bring like this calmness and this kind of like healing kind of energy when there are changes going on that probably other people need, some of that calmness when things do get crazy and chaotic at work. So I do feel like you do bring that. We also have the seer, eyes that see beyond illusions, which is a good thing. So once again, whenever there's like bullshit or drama going on at work, because I feel like it doesn't matter where you work. If you're in any kind of environment where you're dealing with other people socially, it doesn't matter if you work in like a retail store, if you work in an office, if you work at a restaurant. You're surrounded by a group of people. So there's always bound to be like some kind of gossip or some kind of drama or something like that going on. But I feel like whenever there is drama, gossip, whatever it is going on at work, I feel like you're the one who always sees beyond that, which is probably another reason why you're able to kind of like go with the flow, go through the craziness and the changes. You're kind of able to like even things out when things get a little crazy and things get a little rowdy with coworkers and that kind of thing. So yeah, that's definitely a good thing. I feel like you're kind of like an anchor on your job. Like you're kind of like this anchor that kind of like holds things together when things are falling apart. When you put all that together, that's kind of what I see from it. So I know you were asking like creatively from like a creative space, and maybe that doesn't necessarily feel creative to you, but I do feel like it's imperative to your work situation, because I feel like the other people around you may not be as grounded as much. The other people around you may not be able to see beyond that bullshit. They kind of like need somebody to kind of like toe the line in a sense. We also have meditation master, an innate ability to guide meditative sessions in a myriad of ways. Sound, movement, silence, stillness, guided mindfulness, transcended yoga, etc. So I know that's a lot of stuff. But getting into like the creative side of it, I don't know what it is that you do, but if things do get crazy and chaotic, if you kind of work in maybe like a high stress environment or something like that, maybe one thing that would help, especially if you're someone who can, see beyond stuff and you kind of have like this calming, healing effect on stuff. If there's a way that maybe you can like get your coworkers together and, I'm not saying you just like go up to them and say, hey, everyone, let's sit down and do a guided meditation. Not everyone at your work may be into that kind of stuff, but maybe there is something that you could do, something that you could organize or put together that could just like maybe be like a good group building kind of activity. It doesn't necessarily have to be meditation or yoga or something specific like that, but it could be just something that kind of like helps everybody work better together. I'm almost kind of getting like this, like almost like an HR kind of vibe where it's like, you're just meant to like deal with people and, help them kind of be at their best on their jobs kind of a thing. We also have frequency shifter. You receive and shift frequencies from the universe. So I feel like simply your presence on the job does help shift the frequencies around there. That the frequencies are probably a lot more crappy basically when you're not around. So I do feel like you bring up the vibe whenever you're there. And we got three that wanted to pop out at once. Okay. So we have Starseed, awakening and shifting collective consciousness, Star Child. So, starseeds usually feel kind of out of place, not just at work, but within the world as a whole. Because this just isn't our home basically. So there may be times at work where you kind of feel out of place, where maybe you feel like the odd duck or whatever, where you're just like, I'm not really like everybody else. But I feel like that's a good thing, that you were born to stand out, that you were born to be different basically. So even though it may feel awkward and uncomfortable at times, not necessarily fitting in with everybody else, that doesn't mean that you don't have a role to play. That doesn't mean that you don't have a part in everything, because you definitely do. We also got dreamer, dreams of prophecy and history. So pay attention to your dreams. If you're looking for more ways to be creative at work, you may be getting clues in your dreams. It could be clues from, your past or past lives that may be able to help you in the present. And it could be stuff even coming up in the future, too, like future ways you can do things on the job. And we have High Priestess. Trust your inner knowing, share your sacred feminine essence. So I feel like you just being in your divine feminine, high priestess kind of energy, because you know what? The divine feminine is not just about the divine masculine. The divine feminine is here to be the divine feminine in every area of life, whether it's in her love life, specifically with her person, or whether it's, on the job or with her family or in her friendships or whatever. She is meant to, kind of take it on, and, she's the queen basically. So just step into that, like step into who you really are, step into your role 100% as you. Don't be afraid to be different. Don't be afraid to, be that person who sees beyond stuff and brings that calming way into the workplace. And, don't be afraid to offer up ideas as to way to kind of like connect people together and, get things to kind of like work and flow better in the workflow. So that's what I've got in the career department. Good stuff. All right, let me bring my laptop over so I can read a little bit more here. All righty, let me scroll up. Okay. Sounds good. I love 3 decks. I got to get one. I believe I have so many from Bridget's store. It's not even funny. Actually, it's funny because after I move, oh, I can really see my sunburn now. Like, look at that. That's crazy. That's Disneyland. Anyway, but yeah, after I move, after I get settled and things calm down a little bit within the next couple of months, I actually plan on starting to create some of my own decks, which I'm really excited to do. So I have like a whole list. I have a whole list in my phone of decks that I'm going to be creating. So be on the lookout, because those will start being incorporated and being a part of everything too. So I'm excited for that. But I have so many. I got Journey of Love 2, the Divine Time Oracle, the Soul Purpose Oracle. What else do I have from her? What do I have down here? That's a bag. I've got Tantric Twin, Ocean of Emotion. That's in here too. I don't know what else. I think that might be it. But yeah, I have several of hers. So I'm thirsty. But yes, decks of my own will be coming. All right, let me scroll on down here, see what else I missed. I've always felt close to Earth. I have 6 Capricorn placements. Oh, yeah, and Taurus placements. Yeah, that would definitely be very earthy. That's for sure. And Sagittarius sun, yeah, that's a lot of earth and fire. That's basically a volcano. Ooh, photography and writing. That's awesome. You could put the two of them together. You could like write about something and then like take some pictures and be like almost like a book. You could like put those together, put it together on like a blog or something. Hi, Julia. Just noticing your comment right now. Just so you know, I'm only doing paid readings. So I would be glad to answer that question for you, but you got to submit your payment. So I have my PayPal and my Venmo. All that information is in the description down below. So you can choose from one of three options, either a tall, grande, or venti. The details are down below as to like how much they are and what all they entail. Basically, everything is basically $10 or under. So it's not that much money. But yeah, since I don't have super chats, just submit your payment through PayPal or Venmo, and then I can take that question, no problem. Elizabeth, silly question, but how do you really know someone is your twin flame? Another reader said Milton is my twin flame, but I was wondering if there is some sort of confirmation. I feel like he is. Okay, Elizabeth, I will answer your question. That's totally not a problem. That's obviously not even like a I gotta dish out cards question. That's just a general conversation question. Just let me finish reading through the rest of the comments here, and I will gladly answer that, because that is a confusing thing, and that a lot of people get hung up on that. Okay, I'm hoping to work for myself someday and leave the 9-to-5 job. Well, go for it, girl. You're a serious star seed. Mostly with other lifetimes, you've always felt like you could never fit in. Yeah, I get it, because I've been there too. I feel like I don't fit in with a lot of things either. And it's funny because like it was like over a year ago or something like that, when Bridget was still open for private readings. I had a trance channeling session from my person. And one of the questions that I asked was about like our past lives. I was just curious about it. And there was stuff that came out for Sirius for me too. And I definitely feel connected with Sirius as well, because, Sirius is like, the dog energy. And, I'm a dog person. So, yeah, so definitely I get it with the Sirius thing. And, yeah, and Atlantis too, for that matter. Like I've always loved mermaids, and like The Little Mermaid is like my favorite Disney movie and stuff. So I get it, 100%. Same with the bullying thing. People are assholes. Anyways, OMG, yes, my dreams have been so vivid lately and so real. Wrote them down. They inspire my writing and photos. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, keep doing that. My suggestion would be, especially if you kind of want to go in the direction of like writing and photos, create a blog. Like a blog would be the perfect place to do that. There's a lot of like travel bloggers and lifestyle bloggers and all that kind of stuff, and they write and they provide their own photos, because a lot of the times if you have like a blogger who just blogs, and they just write and that's it, they have to go and get their images somewhere else. They have to go to stock photos to get images for their blog, but you wouldn't have to do that because you do photography yourself. You could kind of put it all together, all in one. So yeah, like I say, go for it, do it. Like there's nothing stopping you. So yeah. Seawin, do I do past life readings? I don't have an oracle deck for it. I could do them. I mean, I could try. I can try to do it with what I have. I could use the tarot cards, or whatever other oracle cards, I guess you could say, do stand out to me for it. But I don't have a past life specific deck for that. So I could tell you what I can get out of the decks that I do have. Because I feel like, when it comes down to doing readings, you can really answer just about any question. Especially as long as you have a tarot deck, I feel like you can answer just about any question. But yeah, but something like if you want something specific like that, I don't have the deck for it, but I can do it with what I have at my disposal, is what it comes down to. So yeah. Serious. as well. Yeah, Atlanta is a whole thing. Hi, Rachel. Welcome back. You had to step out, so you haven't watched the replay yet. You will though, but you thought, but oh, okay, that's fine. Well, that must be you because I saw my phone light up with another PayPal, so that's cool. I will get to that next. I'm going to answer um Elizabeth's question about twin flames first, just because we're going to have like a quick little conversation about it, just to kind of talk about it, because I feel like that's just good information for anybody to know, not just Elizabeth, but for anybody who's kind of questioning that kind of thing right now. And then I'll jump into um, your question. You want to know um, if you and your dad's relationship will be okay. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on, but I hope it's going to be okay. I understand. I miss my dad. I can't work on my relationship with him because he's been gone since I was 13. But I get it. My heart goes out to you. I have a soft spot for daddies. um. Anyway, so yeah. Yeah, you're welcome. Look into that, Melissa, for sure. See, when I have aspects of at least 9 Egyptian asteroids in your birth chart. Wow, that is amazing. Yeah, well, that would make sense. If you have that much Egyptian stuff going on, you would definitely have a connection to that. That would be more like the feline friends, the kitties. Okay, so I'm going to answer Elizabeth's question, which is more of a just discussion kind of thing, more than a reading, before I get into Rachel's question. So Elizabeth wanted to know, let's see, another if there's like how do you know if someone is your twin flame? So basically, Elizabeth wants to know, how do you know if somebody is your twin flame? So, for anybody, feel free to take this, especially if you're in a situation like a twin flame, or you think you're in a situation like a twin flame. So honestly, the best way to know is to trust your gut, to trust your own intuition. Because at the end of the day, like, people can come and ask me or ask somebody else, is so and so my twin flame, blah, 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 blah. I can pull the cards. I can tell you what I'm picking up from the cards, from what they say, from my intuition, from, my own instinct and my own vibe. But at the end of the day, I'm not you. I'm not in your situation. I'm not that other person. I personally feel that a twin flame relationship, it's a very high level spiritual connection, which means it's basically holy. And therefore, at least for me as a reader, I feel like I don't necessarily have the right to tell somebody 100% yes, this is your twin flame, or 100% no, this person is not, because it's not my relationship. It's not my connection. I'm kind of like an outsider giving you perspective from the outside. But the dynamics that happen within it is ultimately between you and that person and God. Like whenever I get the lovers that come out there, it's like it's you, that person, and God. It's that Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost kind of a thing. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether a reader tells you yes, they are, or no, they're not. You're the only person who can truly 100% decide for yourself. You're just going to know. Like, I know it's going to sound cheesy and corny, but think about it. Think about it in a non-twin flame perspective. It's like when people are just like, oh, how did you know when you met, Joe or whatever, that he was the one you were going to marry? How did you know he was Mr. Right? How do people answer that question? They usually answer it just saying, I just knew. That elusive terminology of, I just knew. And it's annoying because it sounds like a cop out of an answer. It sounds like it's not an answer. It sounds like a non answer, but it is an answer. The problem is, like, as human beings, I feel like we kind of want like a scientific designed algorithm, mathematical equation, like a little map in front of us, so we know how to get from point A to point B. So we know, okay, we put in this specific code that we're going to get a twin flame out of that. But that's not how it works. It's not black and white like that. It's not a straight arrow. It's crooked. It's crazy. It goes in wild and crazy directions. There's all shades of gray in between all of it. So, that's why it's like one person's journey may look completely different from another person's journey, but that doesn't mean that they're not twin flames. They're both twin flames, but they just have very different stories and very different journeys. So that's why it's just like, you can't really put something like that into a box and define it in a very specific way. Um, it's a personal thing. It's something that you can only determine with your own personal relationship between you and that person, and between you and God, and between that person and you and them and God. That's the only way it works. Anything else is just outside opinion, in a sense, outside perspective from somebody else's viewing lens, from their experiences in their neck of the woods, in their world. So yeah, that's why it's kind of like, when you just know, you just know. It's like you have to trust your gut and you have to trust your intuition. And our ego, our mind, our fears, our doubts are going to challenge that. And they're going to make you question that. And they're going to make you be like, are you sure this person is your twin flame? Are you sure? But that doesn't mean that they're not. Circumstances and the physicalities of the world and everything are going to challenge that, but that doesn't mean that they're not. So yeah, I just feel like you're going to know. And God is going to help you understand that. Like, the way that we connect with God, it's like he kind of has his own unique little language as to how he speaks with each one of us. It's kind of like, like he's like a dad, basically. And every dad is going to have a different relationship with each kid. So he's going to know how to communicate with each kid. So he's going to know how to communicate to you specifically about how this person is your twin flame. And the way he communicates to you about it may be different than how he communicates to somebody else, because they have a different way of understanding things, a different way of digesting things and processing things. And that goes with anything in life. So, you got to trust what he reveals to you. You got to trust what he shows you. For some people, they're really big on the numbers. Like for me, I get the numbers sometimes, but I'm not like one of those people who like constantly notices them and constantly sees them all the time. But just because I don't see them all the time doesn't mean I don't have a twin flame. So it just depends on how you communicate. There could be songs, there could be numbers, there could be all kinds of syncs. Like, for example, not everybody has a twin flame who has a doppelganger. Mine has a doppelganger, and that's a big fat sync right there. Like, there's another guy I know, and first of all, he looks like him. Second of all, his name is practically identical to his. Like, their first and last names are literally almost exactly the same. It's really weird. It's really crazy. The other guy, he is from the same suburb in Chicago that my person lives in right now. This other guy does not live there right now, but he's from there originally. The other guy has a sister, and her name is Heather. The other guy also has a dog that looks identical to my dog. So, like that's a crazy amount of syncs, like literally in the form of a human being. And not everybody gets that. Not everybody gets that kind of a sync. So while I may not be one of those people who's like, oh, it's 11:11, it's 1:11, it's 2:22, it's 3:33. I may not be one of those people, but I get it in other ways. So it's like you got to look for it for what applies in your situation, because they're not all the same, and you're going to know for you what it is for you, kind of a thing. So that's the best way I can describe it, and you're going to know even better the more you work on your relationship with God. It's like the more you work on your relationship with God, the more time you spend in prayer and connecting with the divine and everything, the more you're going to better understand things then with your person too. So it's all connected, and that's the thing too. Like, your twin flame should bring that side out in you to grow more. It's not going to bring out toxic and nasty stuff. It's going to work things out of you, yeah, but it's not going to be in a damaging and abusive kind of way. So yeah, that's the best way I can describe it. It's like you'll just know. Pay attention to the signs and the synchronicities that work for you. Don't worry about the fears. Don't worry about the doubts. That's really the most important thing, because it's going to be different for everybody. So like, someone else could come to me and they could be just like, oh my gosh, I got this crazy sync of blah 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 blah, and I may be like, okay, well, that's great, but I never get that. That doesn't mean that disqualifies that person as being their twin. That's just their situation. That's just their thing. So you just got to trust yourself. Just trust. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't like telling people, like, this person's your twin, this person's not your twin, because I just feel like I don't have that kind of authority. And anyone who does feel like they have that kind of authority, I can assure you that they don't. And that they're probably just kind of a little bit more lofty in their heads than they probably should be. So yeah, just trust your gut. KB, I got numbers and messages through TV and songs about everything. It doesn't have to be love related. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you can get syncs for anything that is meant to be in your life, even if it's not a twin flame. Like, even if it's something like, let's say you're struggling in your career and you're like, oh, I can't decide what the right career path is for me. You're going to get those signs. You're going to get those nudges. You're going to get that guidance. And here's the other thing too, you guys. Like, your ego and your fears and your doubts and all that kind of stuff, that's the stuff that's loud. That's the stuff that's going to scream at you, basically. So that's the stuff you don't want to listen to. They call it the still small voice of God for a reason, because the Holy Spirit, he doesn't yell. He's a gentleman. He's going to approach you gently, basically. So it's not always the most noticeable thing, but it is there. It's not easy to pay attention to, but yeah, I mean, that works in any form of your life. That's totally true, KB. It applies with anything that's right for you, whether it's love, career, or where what you want to eat, like, whatever it is. You get numbers, also songs, animals, symbols. Yeah, I mean, go with what works for you at the end of the day. And I feel like, we all probably have those moments where it's like we can we're when we're doubting and we're like, oh, I need a little bit of confirmation. God knows how to get it to you. Trust him that he's going to get to you the confirmation that you need to hear, like how you need to hear it. That's why for me personally, I'm not one of those people who will be like, oh, I need confirmation, so show me 3 white birds within the next 48 hours. I'm not one of those people. I'm not one of those people who basically to me, it feels like putting God into a box and saying, I have to see a specific thing in order to know that this is you. I don't do that with God. I'm like, you know what, God? This is what I'm struggling with. This is what I need some guidance in. I need some confirmation in. Just let me know. Just give it to me however I need to know it. And for me, at least, that usually works out a lot better, because I'm not boxing God in. I'm kind of letting him do whatever it is he needs to do to show me, to confirm things to me. And usually it works out a million times better than if I had said, okay, I want to see 5 purple bags in the next 20 minutes, you know? So yeah. But anyway, I know Rachel had a question here about her dad. I don't want to forget about Rachel. But I hope that helped. I don't know if you're still watching or not, Elizabeth, but if you are, I hope that kind of like helps out with the twin flame thing. I know it's not easy. It can be complicated. You know, for me, it was really funny because like even though I've known my person since I was 14, like obviously I didn't know he was my twin flame when I was 14. I had no idea what twin flames were. I didn't know that that was even a thing or a term. So, you know, way back when, like way back in the day when I was a teenager, I didn't know what any of that stuff was. But when he resurfaced and when he came back into my life, it was just the timing of everything, because that's when I had kind of started like learning about twin flames and hearing readings and that kind of stuff. The very first reading I ever had was actually years before he ever came back into my life. And Melissa, you'll appreciate this because the very first reading I got was at Knott's Berry Farm. It was actually Knott's Scary Farm. Um, some friends and I went there, and they had like this lady who was doing tarot readings, and she was doing them for free. And we were just like, oh yeah, let's get in line, let's get a tarot reading. And you know, none of us really knew what to expect. We were just like, oh, you know, we're just gonna do this for fun, whatever. And we walked out of there and our jaws were kind of on the floor because everything that she said was so spookily, scarily accurate as to what was going on in our lives at that time. We were just floored. But that was like the very first experience I ever had dealing with tarot. So um you've been there a bunch of times. Yes, indeed. Good old Knots. But yeah, so that was like my first experience with tarot readings ever. And it wasn't for a few years after that until he like resurfaced into my life. But it's kind of funny how I fell into tarot readings, um, because originally, like 5 years ago, I went through absolute insanity, like bedbug hell with the place that I used to live in and all this other kind of stuff. So I was under so much stress and anxiety. I was having a lot of problems sleeping at night. So in order to help me go to sleep, I would listen to ASMR videos on YouTube to help me fall asleep. And then because I was listening to those, I started coming across tarot readings. Like tarot readings were being suggested in my suggested videos on YouTube. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. Like, you know, I didn't know people were doing that on YouTube. Let's check that out. So I would start listening to them. And then, you know, not too much longer after that, he came into my life and he resurfaced. So it was like learning about twin flames at the same time he was coming back into my life. And the second I was learning about twin flames, and I was like, oh no, like he better not be back because of that reason. Like this better not be what's going on here. And, you know, sure enough, it all kind of came together and it made sense. And I was like, crap, that's what he is. That's why he's back, because nobody resurfaces like that after 20 years for no reason. So I was like, damn it. So yeah. Anyway, well, thank you, Melissa. I mean, I totally stumbled into it. I totally fell into it. It's never something I set out to do. I never set out to do tarot readings like ever. It found me. That's for sure. Like it found me is what it came down to. You know, I moved out here to LA originally in the first place because I was doing music back then. I mean, 10 years ago, I was working in the music department at E. So, I mean, that's what I used to do. That's the world that I came from, you know, the most superficial, crazy, insane world ever, basically. And now here I am doing readings with you guys, which is so much better, a million times better. So anyway, let me get to Rachel's question here. I just want to double check on what it was she got. Check in here with her dad. Okay, so she got a Venti. And I got to move my computer back up so I can check in here with that. Okay, you wanted to check in on her and her dad's relationship. Prop that back up there. Let me move the soul purpose out of the way because I don't think we need that for that kind of question. All right. So Rachel, what is this? Oh, that's another purple bag. Purple bags everywhere. All right. So for Rachel and her dad, let's see if their relationship is going to be okay. Let's find out. I like just hanging out here, all chill with you guys tonight. It's really good. Wow, I've been on here for like almost 4 hours. I didn't even realize that. It's been so long. Time is just flying by. Time flies when you're having fun, you guys. Like I said, time flies when you're having fun. All right. So, Rachel, we have the Ace of Pentacles. So, the Ace of Pentacles is about a fresh new beginning. It is about a new start, especially in the physical world, in the material world. So, if things have been rocky between you and your dad, things haven't exactly been the way you wanted them to be, going where you want them to go, I do feel like you guys are headed for a new direction, a better direction, a new beginning with one another. So, I mean, that's a good thing. So I feel like if things have been kind of broken, or if you guys have been fighting, or there's been, whatever kind of emotional distance between the two of you, there must be some kind of healing going on through that. Because you do have that new beginning there with the Ace of Pentacles. That's too many cards. Too many cards. We also have the Devil. So I feel like that does imply the fact that things haven't been the easiest between the two of you right now. The Devil is usually about karma. It's usually about, temptation. It can be about addictions. It can just be about bad behaviors and mental strongholds that are negative and that kind of thing. So it does seem like there has been some icky stuff between the two of you. I don't know if he has an addiction, if maybe that's part of the struggle. I know for my best friend, her mom is actually an alcoholic. So I know that that's like a huge struggle between the two of them and their relationship, which, like I said, if there's any kind of addiction going on dealing with him, that would definitely be something that would be of karma there coming from the Devil. But it doesn't have to be an addiction. It doesn't have to be like my best friend and her mom or anything. But it just could imply that things haven't been easy. Things have been difficult between the two of you. But you also have the Hermit. The Hermit is somebody who goes within, obviously, and kind of, retreats, takes care of themselves, reflects on the whole situation. So I feel like in order for you guys to get to that place of having that fresh new start between the two of you, maybe you guys need to take a step back, and maybe you both kind of need to go into hermit mode right now and just kind of go within, connect with spirit on this, kind of connect with the divine, kind of get grounded again when it comes to the situation. Especially if there's been any fighting or bickering or anything, kind of just help cool things down and help relax things. So that way then when you guys do reconnect and when you do communicate again, it can be coming from a clearer headspace, a better headspace, something that's going to be good for you guys and benefit the both of you, rather than it being some huge wild and crazy thing. That's too many cards. We also have the Eight of Wands. So the Eight of Wands is about communication coming in quickly and swiftly, basically. So I do feel like after this time of, going within and kind of just cooling off and chilling out over the whole situation, dealing with him, I do feel like he's going to rush in to communicate with you. So even if your dad is the one who's like not talking to you right now and he's like, I don't want to deal with my daughter or whatever, I do feel like communication is coming in. And that communication could bring in that new beginning between the two of you to make things better and resolve some issues that have been happening between the two of you. We also have the Lovers, which I know this is not a love reading, but I do feel like, at least in terms of just like partnership, basically, it's like you and your dad and God, basically, because, the Lovers don't just have to be a romantic thing. There are divinely guided relationships and connections in all kinds, in friendships and family members. So, I do feel like, God he has his hand at place here, that he is leading and guiding this relationship between you and your dad to heal you guys. I feel like that before you came here to this earth, that before you came here, that, you guys made an agreement to be parent and child, to go on this journey in life together. So I do feel like, this is just confirmation that, yeah, he's your dad. And, it is a divine relationship. It's an important relationship in your life. And that there's no reason that you guys can't heal the issues that have gone wrong there, basically. We also have the Six of Cups. So the Six of Cups is usually about the past. It's usually about nostalgia. Now, some of the issues that could be going on between the two of you, it could be connected to the past. It could be issues that have happened between the two of you from the past, or it could be even just like maybe your dad dealing with stuff even from his past and, kind of taking it out on you. A lot of the times that will happen too. I've definitely dealt with that with my mom, where it's like she's dealt with some things in her past, like maybe things that she went through with like my grandfather or whatever. And then because of that situation, she'll wind up taking some things out on me, not because of me, but because of things that she was raised with and things that she went through. So sometimes they do that based upon their own past. That could be a part of the problem. I feel like it's also like, your dad kind of also being reflective on his past with you, like when you were younger, like when you were a little girl and stuff like that, like thinking about, how things were like back then in those days, like maybe good times and good memories that the two of you have shared in the past. Let's see what else we have here. We also have the Five of Cups. So I feel like this is kind of probably a mutual thing between the two of you, that that there have probably been, I feel like, missed opportunities between the two of you for you to work things out and improve your relationship and make things better. So I feel like on both ends, you guys are probably mutually feeling just like a little bit of sorrow, a little bit of disappointment in that. But I feel like you both need to notice the Two of Cups on the other side, that, basically, as long as you're both still here on this planet, there's still opportunity to work out this relationship together. As long as no one's dead, you still have the opportunity to work this out. That's never too late. So, don't be discouraged, even if it's difficult, even if it's been a long road, even if it's been hard. It can still happen, and it totally can, because like I said, you have that Ace of Pentacles here, which is pretty much like, hey, there can be a new beginning in this relationship between you and your dad. Let me get you some Ocean of Emotion, because I feel like that would be a good one for this question with your daddy-o. Let's see what we got here. All right, what's happening here with Rachel and her dad? Parent-child stuff is not always easy. That is for sure. We have got distance. You feel so far away. So I do feel like there is emotional distance right now between the two of you. I feel like that was kind of obvious in your question. You wanted to know like if your relationship is going to get better. If it was exactly how you wanted it to be, there probably wouldn't be distance. So I do feel like there's been some distance between the two of you, that you're probably not as connected emotionally right now dealing with him as you would like to be. And it's probably mutual on his end too. I don't feel like parents want to feel distance from their kids on purpose or anything. And we have bored. My life is dull and unfulfilling. So your dad may be kind of going through a place in his life right now where he may not feel very fulfilled in his life. Just whatever it is that's going on with him right now, he just may not be fulfilled. Because I feel like someone who is living a fulfilling life, a good life, they're not going to be feeling bored. They're not going to be, kind of complacent and apathetic about things. So maybe one of the reasons why he's hard to connect with and there could be distance is because, he just feels unfulfilled. Kind of like with that Three of Cups being spilt over here with the Five of Cups. It may not even just be about you, but he could even be looking back at like certain things in his own life, kind of feeling like, oh, I screwed this up in my life. I screwed that up in my life. He could be looking at like his previous disappointments in his own life, even if it's not attached to you. And he could kind of be letting that just like rain on his parade, kind of just like ruin his day, I guess you could say. And when he's like that, it probably makes all my cards fly everywhere. But it probably makes there is one card that came out of all those though, which I'm gonna take. It obviously really wants to make a point, but I do feel like when he's like that, when he's feeling unfulfilled, it doesn't really make him like super excited to connect in other areas. Let me get these cards. Come here. Okay, so the one that came flying out of that whole batch was empathy. I feel your pain more than you know, empathetic. So I do feel like even though things are challenging right now between you and your dad, I do feel like there is this mutual feeling of empathy between one another where, you can probably feel that lack of satisfaction that he has in his life. You can probably feel that in him. You can probably feel that unfulfillment in him. And he can probably feel things going on with you too. I mean, you're his daughter, it's like parents have that weird sixth sense, like they just know when something's going on. They just know when something's up. It's like that whole thing of like you're trying to be a sneaky teenager or whatever and stay out too late and, come home in the middle of the night or something. And it's like, there they are, they're waiting up. Like they knew you were gonna, go sneak off with somebody that you shouldn't have rather than go study at the library or something. Like they just know stuff. So I feel like you guys just know, it's like those bloodlines there, that divine connection that you guys have as, father and daughter. I feel like you guys just know, you guys just understand one another, even if it's unspoken, even if it's not said. I feel like you guys have that between one another. Despite the fact that there may be struggles, I feel like that is there. In some ways, I feel like that's a good thing because it does help you understand one another. But then in other ways, it's kind of like a bad thing because then it's like, you feel all that pain and agony from one another at the same time too. So, yeah. We also have limited. There's nothing I can do about it right now. So there may be ways I feel like you may feel limited on your end on how to approach the situation with him, on how to handle the situation with him. You just may feel kind of like stuck in a rut, basically. And he may feel that way too. There may be kind of like this mutual loss of how do we go about this? What do we do next kind of a thing from there. Especially if, there is distance that's been there, especially if there is like this karma that needs to be kind of worked out. That doesn't mean that it can't happen, because like I said, I feel like it can. I feel like it's going to require a lot of this hermit stuff going on, a lot of going within on both of your ends to then like later on come in and connect and communicate with one another, at least in an effective and positive way, not in a way that is going to be like arguing or misunderstandings or anything like that. Okay, well, this card is just very, very wrong for a question about your dad. Seductive. Every night in my dreams, you seduce me. Yeah, the only thing I can say about this card, I don't think there's any seduction going on or anything like that. But I do feel like you're probably more connected to your dad than you realize. And the fact that I feel like you guys probably do connect in your dreams. I feel like that's probably the main connect there. Which I can completely connect to that in terms of like connecting to like my own dad in my dreams. The night that my dad died, he actually came to me in my dreams that night and he said goodbye to me, like right when he died. So yeah, I mean, twin flames are not the only people we can connect with in dreams and that other stuff. So I would say ignore the seductive part, because that part does not make any sense, obviously, with a question dealing with your dad. But I do feel like the dream connection is probably there. So pay attention to your dreams. You may be connected to your dad subconsciously more than you realize. And we have strong. I don't know if I'm as strong as you think I am. So I do feel like your dad is kind of like lacking internally the qualities that make a dad a dad. A dad wants to feel strong. He wants to feel strong to take care of his little girl, to provide for her, to protect her. Like, it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter how old you get. It doesn't matter how old he gets. He's always going to see you, as like being in pigtails, basically. So, at this point in his life, with probably other things that have happened to him over time, like I said, I feel like he feels unfulfilled, like he hasn't done the things that he wanted to do in his life, that he's got like these missed opportunities that he's feeling kind of sad over, he's feeling kind of sorry over, which makes him feel like he's not strong, like he's not the dad, he's not the person that he set out to be, that he wanted to be for you. So I feel like there's some remorse in a sense on his end. So that's some stuff that he's going to have to overcome, and that he's going to have to figure out for himself as a man, obviously, which once again, I feel like going into hermit mode will help him with that. But I do feel like, he wants to work things out with you. I feel like just as much as you want to with him, he does with you, because you guys do understand one another. You do understand one another better than you think. I do feel like it's going to take some time. Family dynamics are complicated and it can be hard to work through that. But I do feel like it can happen. And at the right moment, that communication will come in the right way, where you guys can actually have like a fresh new beginning and work on your relationship to make it better. The only other thing that I can suggest, at least outside of the cards and at least outside of, just what comes to me intuitively when it comes to like family stuff like that, and everybody handles things differently, is, there's nothing wrong with therapy. If therapy is something that maybe you feel like you would need, that would help improve your relationship with your dad, that's always an option too. There's definitely no shame in that. Of course, it takes two willing parties, not just, you, but it takes him too. But if therapy is something that maybe you think would be helpful for you and your dad, you can try that. Like, that's something that my mom and I have talked about in the past. We haven't done it because we live 2,000 miles away from each other, but we've talked about that because my mom and I have definitely had our fair share of issues. But I think me being around for like 5 months has kind of like helped some of that stuff, and we'll see what happens when I get there. In a month, basically, we can work on some more stuff. I think it'll also help, though, that we're not going to be living under the same roof, because me and my mom living under the same roof just is not good. And we want to be around each other, but we don't want to be around each other that much around each other. So anyway, I'm just going to check on the chat here, but hopefully that helps you out, Rachel. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of insight. When it comes to your dad, I'm praying for you. I hope everything goes well with that. That's definitely not easy dealing with that. Okay, let's see. You're very welcome, Elizabeth. I'm glad I could help. Jaded Kate, can I ask a Venti about my twin flame? Any information you could pick up, seeing as we haven't met yet? You don't know him yet. Okay. Yeah. Did you send in your Venti? You can definitely submit it. I haven't seen anything on PayPal or Venmo. But if you submit your payment, I can definitely take it. Jaded Kate. Let me refresh things here. Oh, okay. Yeah, PayPal it in right now, and I'll get started on it. We'll see what's going on with him. All right. Let me put this back up here. We'll find out what's going on. I'm going to take a little sip of water. I may have to get some more water. I'm running out. Yep, there goes my water. It's gone. Okay. Like, where am I going here with my cards? I got cards everywhere. Decks over here and decks over there. Just waiting for the payment to go through. Just waiting for it to go through really quick. Shadow. I don't know where my dog is. I hear him. I don't know what he's doing. Wow, I can't believe it's 9:40 already. It feels a lot later. All right, I'm just waiting for the payment to go through. Hello, PayPal. Are you working? Are you working? It'll come through in a minute, I'm sure. So you haven't met him yet. You don't know him yet. When you move it, it'll be, yeah, I know, it'll be 2 hours later. Well, you know what's really crazy? Like, even just doing this, like doing it at 5 today, it was a little crazy. Like, I'm kind of thankful that it's going to be a little bit later, just because like I was in the middle of running errands, and things were like crazy. I was busy running around everywhere, and I was like, oh shit, I gotta get home, I gotta get on, I gotta be live. So I had to like wrap things up and get into traffic and zoom home. So I feel like it'll be easier going on like a little bit later, right? Because at least like if I'm out doing something earlier in the day, like I won't have to get back and do that, or like, like eat and stuff. So it'll be good. Okay, you paid. Yes, that's true. It is 11:40 in Chicago. That is very true. All right, let me check PayPal since it should be there. Yes, I see you. There you are. Got it. Okay. All right. Let's see what's happening here. You're very welcome, Rachel. I really hope things get better with you and your dad. I feel for you. All right. Let's see what's going on with Jaded Kate and her twin. Let's see what's happening with these two. We've got the Eight of Cups. So the Eight of Cups is basically about walking away from something that doesn't serve us anymore, something that isn't good for us. So I feel like either you or him, or maybe both of you, need to walk away from something that isn't helping either one of you. So yeah, it's like if you guys want to find your path to being together, being with one another, like I know you were saying, you haven't met him yet. In order for you guys to meet, in order for you guys to come together, you both may have to walk away from certain things that are no longer serving you. And, that could look like a whole bunch of different things, depending on him, depending on you, depending on the circumstances. It could be other relationships, if there's, third parties involved. It could be just like negative thinking. It could be negative mental strongholds that could be holding each of you back, a way of thinking that you need to walk away from. It could be other things too. It could be, maybe where you live. Maybe one of you needs to move. It could be, it could be other things too. There may be certain friendships that aren't healthy that maybe need to go away, need to be changed and reformed. It could be a whole bunch of stuff. You're going to know best for you, of course, what those things are, but anything that's unhealthy, anything that's not good for you, anything that is hurting you, that's toxic, that's hurting him, that's toxic for him, I feel like you both probably need to walk away from some things that are just no longer good for you. Because it's like there's going to be no room for the good things in your life for the two of you to come together if there's too many crappy things that are like currently holding the spot, currently holding the position, basically. We also have the Three of Pentacles, and the Three of Pentacles is about working together. So I do feel like he wants to work together with you. We got the 3 unicorns here working on this little church, cathedral, steeple kind of thing, basically. And I always look at this as like, we got the 2 unicorns over here, which I feel like would be like you and him. And then the 3rd unicorn, I always feel like is basically the divine, it's God, basically. And, because it's a divinely guided connection. And it's like, it's not just the 2 of you, on a physical level working on things, but it's you, him, and the something bigger than the both of you together, all 3 of you working together to make this connection work. So I do feel like there is that desire to grow and to build together on both ends, for sure. Let's see what else we get. We also have the Ace of Swords, which is a new way of thinking, a new way of being. It is just like a new way of, having a brand new perspective, pretty much, having a brand new view on life, So once again, like when it comes to this 8 of Cups here, if there's something that you guys need to walk away from, if for either one of you, like one of the things that maybe you need to walk away from is the way you're thinking, like negative mental strongholds, like that needs to go away. And then you can bring in this new healthy way of thinking. So it's like, you replace it with something healthy, you replace it with something good. It's kind of like, like think about if you were taking care of your physical body. Like, let's say you wanted to remove all the junk food from the house. Well, that's great, but you can't sit there and just starve. You can't eat nothing. Instead, you replace it with something healthy. You replace it with some fruit. You replace it with some vegetables. You replace it with stuff that's good for you. So I feel like that could be a part of it. Is it could be a lot of like mental stuff, that like nasty mental stuff that needs to go away, self-sabotage and that kind of thing, defeating type of thoughts that need to be replaced with a newer, better, renewed, redefined way of thinking about things. Too many cards. Too many cards. We also have the Knight of Pentacles. So I feel like this would basically be him. The Knight of Pentacles, he's a good dude. He's a good dude. He's just really slow. He is pretty much the slowest one in the entire deck. But he's solid. He's stable. He's a stable guy. He's a secure guy. He's reliable. He's dependable. And he always finishes the finish line. I mean, the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Wands, all those guys, they may not necessarily get to the finish line. They may come and go and all this other kind of stuff a lot. But the Knight of Pentacles always crosses that finish line. He always makes it through. And he's like the tortoise from The Tortoise and the Hare. He's very slow, but slow and steady does win the race. So I feel like he will get there. He will get to you. But it's probably just going to take him a while. He's just slow. He's not fast at anything, but he does get there. That's probably where some patience may come in on your end, especially since you haven't met him yet. Like, I understand that would be frustrating. It's like, I want to meet this guy. I want to know who he is. I want to know what's going on. But yeah, that's kind of where patience comes in, is what it comes down to. We also have the Four of Pentacles. So one of the reasons why he may take a while is he could be a little bit guarded. The Four of Pentacles is all about somebody who's a little greedy, who's a little guarded. Typically, when people are like this, it's usually because they've been hurt in the past. It's probably not because of you. It probably has nothing to do with you. But, he may have been through things in his own life, previous relationships and stuff where he's been hurt, and because of that, he just doesn't want to be hurt again. So it's like he puts up this wall. He kind of guards his heart, kind of a thing. It's a protection mechanism, is what it comes down to. And the more he does this, being protective of his heart, it's going to make him kind of slow in terms of coming your way, understandably. So he's going to need a little bit of grace. He's going to need a little bit of understanding. So obviously being impatient with this guy or demanding with him or anything like that is not going to get you anywhere. But he is the King of Wands. You've got the King of Wands. So I do feel like he is a very fiery, passionate person. He's probably pretty charismatic, sexy, confident. He may be a bit outgoing and, be kind of like an extroverted person. But yeah, he's definitely someone who is very fiery and passionate about you. That's for sure. Because he is the most passionate king of all those kings. Let's see what else we get here. And we have the High Priestess. So I feel like this is pretty much you in this situation. And the High Priestess is someone who is highly intuitive. She knows what's going on with everybody else. She knows what's happening everywhere. But she doesn't advertise what's going on with herself, though. She's very secretive. She keeps, she protects her heart, not in like the greedy and guarded way, but she protects it in the way where she's just like, I know it's better to not like put all my personal business out there because I don't need outside influences coming at me about my stuff. Like I need to take care of me first and foremost. So I feel like that's kind of, where you need to be at, like be in that high priestess energy where you're taking care of yourself, you're tapping into your own intuition, your own gut knowledge and emotions and feelings and all that kind of stuff, and you're going within, and that may leave you a little bit as a mystery to him because he may want to try and figure you out, but that's not entirely a bad thing. I mean, that definitely gives him a little bit of motivation, that's for sure. So I feel like being in your high priestess energy is a good thing. Let me get you some Journey of Love cards to see what else we need to know about your twin flame. What else is going on? We have protection. I just want to keep you safe and warm. So I feel like this is a dude who does feel protective of you. He does want to keep you safe. He does want to keep you warm. Ultimately, like that's what the divine masculine does. The divine masculine is a provider. He's a protector. He is the man of the house, basically. That's what men do. They want to provide and protect. And I feel like he does want to do that for you. He does want to make sure that, you have a good life and that you're safe and that you're protected, that you're doing good. We also have I can hear you, telepathic. So I know you haven't met the guy yet, but just because you haven't met him doesn't mean that you can't communicate with him. So, obviously the whole twin thing, you got that telepathic connection kind of stuff. And I know sometimes it may seem like maybe you're feeling crazy, like, what are you talking about? Like, how can I possibly like talk to him in my head or whatever? For me personally, like with the whole telepathic connection thing, it's never like an actual conversation in my head. It's never like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Oh, really? Blah, blah. Oh, blah, blah, blah. It's not like that. It's more kind of like, at least for me, it's kind of more like I will get like a feeling, like an emotion, something like that, where I know it's not coming from me and I know it's more so coming from him, kind of a thing. Um, and the telepathic thing can also come in like the form of songs and stuff like that too. So it looks different for everybody, but definitely trust that. I feel like you are getting messages from him, especially on that telepathic level, since you guys have not met in person yet, since you don't know each other face to face yet. So really trust that. I feel like that form of communication is pretty important for you guys right now. We also have I wish fresh start. So I feel like the fresh start for you guys is like actually like meeting, actually connecting. And I feel like you guys are both wishing and desiring that. You guys want to come together in the physical and actually get something off the ground here between one another. And we have I can still taste you, desire. Now, obviously, like you guys have not connected physically yet for him to physically taste you, but I feel like on that spiritual, emotional level, like, that taste is already there. And, you did get the King of Wands here too, which, like I said, he's the fiery one, he's the passionate one, he's the magnetic one. So he is the one who's going to have that desire. So I feel like that definitely confirms the fact that this guy does desire you, that heat is very much so there. We have I'm lost without you, emptiness. And I feel like that's probably pretty hard for you guys considering you haven't met yet. It's like you feel this hole in your heart. You feel this hole in your heart for someone, for something that hasn't even physically come into your life yet. So I feel like in some ways it can be very confusing where you're just like, oh, I feel this deep down inside, but I haven't even met this person yet. Like, I don't, like, how am I feeling like this? But It's because they fit this space inside of you, inside of your heart, that nobody else can. So it doesn't matter if you haven't met them yet. It doesn't matter how many years have gone by. It doesn't matter how much mileage and distance there is. That's always going to be there. That's something that, only they can really fit into that place. I know they always talk about like the God-shaped hole, and yeah, there's the God-shaped hole in our hearts, but I feel like there's also that shape in our heart that only the twin flame can basically fit into as well. And we have isolated, I'm empty without you. And I feel like that kind of just plays into the fact that, once again, you guys haven't met yet. I feel like there's a lot of that desire to like get things off the ground and like actually meet. And, like I've said before, there's been a lot of people who have been isolated lately, just in general, because of like the pandemic, the past year, people have been pretty secluded and stuff. So I feel like that kind of feeling has just been going around. It's been going around for a lot of people. And we have, I need to express myself, balance and imbalances. So, I do feel like you guys need to connect. Like there's definitely that need to connect in the physical and everything. And I feel like when you do, there's just going to be a lot of expression going on here. That it is going to balance out a lot of things that are not balanced, because right now everything feels off kilter, not being around one another. So I do feel like that is going to wind up balancing out. I do feel like the key to get it all going, though, is to start walking away from those things that are no longer serving you. Bring in those mind frames, those mindsets that are actually going to help you to get to the point where you guys are able to build together, build with one another. So hopefully that helps you out there a little bit there, Jade Kate. I definitely appreciate you stopping on by for a reading. I'm going to bring my computer closer to me now so I can see it. I always have to put it up there so I have space to actually work with the cards. But then it's like, it's so far away, I can't read the chat because it's too far away. So I have to bring it back in closer. Oh, wow. 6:42 in Belgium. Wow. That's pretty early in the morning. So yes, you need to move to a new place. Well, there you go. It's time to walk away from that old place. That's for sure. You have too much stuff. I understand. I'm in the process of moving right now myself, and I have way too much stuff. It's not even funny. Technically, I'm considered a small move because I'm a 1-bedroom apartment. So basically, like they put my stuff in these, they call them cubes or something. They're like these cubes they put the stuff in. And if you're 5 cubes or under, you're considered a small move. And they're estimating me to be at either 3 or 4 cubes, depending on how my stuff is packed, basically. And it was funny because when the movers were doing my estimate, the guy was just like, your stuff really isn't heavy. The issue is you have a lot of pillows and stuffed animals. And that's the thing that's going to take up all the space. So I'm like, I can't help myself. What can I say? I have a lot of stuff. So I get it. I understand. Oh, wow. That was sexy. Sometimes sexy readings come in. And I see we got another PayPal. So let's see what's going on. We got another PayPal. Melissa. All right, Melissa, let's do it. Is this dream guy aware of who you are in the 3D, 5D? Okay. The 3D, 5D, or just aware of me being his possible person? Okay. So is he aware of you in the 3D or 5D? Like what do you mean? Like you want to know how he sees you in both ways? I just want to make sure I'm answering the question right. Maybe it's just because I've been on for so long. Wait, that was a tall, right? I just Double check. Yes, that was a tall. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. There. Put that back there. No. Love the sexy reading. It's me again. Yes, it is you again, which is fine. Like I said, I mean, I have no crazy plans tonight or anything. Does he know about you in the physical? Okay. Does he know about you in the physical? Because I'm like, you mentioned like the 3D and the 5D. I'm like, wait a minute, which one are you talking about? I get it. That's fine. Okay. Let's go with ocean of emotion for that. Let's check in on his emotions. All right. Let's bring in some ocean of emotion there for that one. All right. Okay. Well, we got one that flipped out right away. I'm about to break weak. So I know he's got like, the girlfriend thing going on or whatever. So he could definitely know about you like in the 3D because simply knowing about you, having a connection with you basically could be enough to make him want to break and feel weak because he is dealing with this other situation. He does have this other situation going on. And if he was completely stable in that, then why would he feel weak? So obviously there's something that's making him feel weak. And I literally just thought of like that old SWV song, Weak. I get so weak in the knees, I can hardly breathe. Like that song. So, yeah, he could be feeling a little weak in the knees when it comes to you. We also have strong. I don't know if I'm as strong as you think I am. So this is interesting because we got weak and strong. So he's feeling weak because he doesn't feel strong, which is interesting. So yeah, I feel like he is probably aware of you, like on that 3D physical level. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be feeling that way. Like I said, he would feel strong. He would feel confident. But there's definitely something making him feel weak and not strong, which I feel like is him having that struggle between you and her, basically. We also have transformed. I'm not the same person anymore. So yeah, once again, I feel like this confirms that he knows about you in the physical because it's giving him this opportunity to transform. It's giving him this opportunity to no longer be weak and to actually become strong. So yeah, I mean, we typically don't transform if we're not aware of what's going on around us. Like, why would we be transforming then? That doesn't make any sense. So clearly he has to be aware. Like, he has to be aware of something going on here in the physical, or there wouldn't be any reason to transform. Like, he would just kind of be he would be indifferent. He wouldn't be doing anything. There wouldn't be any transformation. So I feel like he is in a time of transformation, which is not easy. And that's probably why he's feeling weak. That's probably why he doesn't feel like he's strong, because he doesn't understand what's going on. It's like emotionally on the inside, he's probably all flipped upside down. And because he's a guy, he's probably not telling anybody what's going on with himself either. It's probably just like this continued struggle. So he's probably keeping it all in for himself. Choices. I don't know what path to take. So yeah, he's confused because, it's like there's the path to you, there's the path to her, and there's the path to whatever else. So yeah, he needs to make a choice. He needs to make a choice here as to which way he wants to go. He is a mess. He's a little confused right now. He doesn't know. And he wouldn't be that way. Like I said, he wouldn't be that way if he didn't know about you. So he definitely knows. He knows stuff with you for sure. And we have passion. Well, you want to know about sexy. We got sexy now. You make me feel things I can't even describe. So yes, he's aware it's there. And guys are physical, like, as women, we got like women's intuition and that kind of thing. We can dive in, not to say that guys are shallow and that they never can go deeper or whatever, but as women, we just naturally, innately kind of go to this place of being very well connected with our emotions and being well connected on a spiritual level and everything. Guys can be too, but I feel like it takes a little bit more work, a little bit more effort for them because they are naturally just more physical in general. So yeah, I feel like he is definitely like physical, like he physically knows about you and he's physically attracted to you and physically feels that passion for you, because that's usually where it starts. That's usually where it begins. Usually they start off thinking with that southern head before they think with the northern one. So yeah, it's definitely there. Like I said, he's feeling a little weak in the knees. I keep hearing SWV, weak, running through my head now. So I don't know. Maybe he's trying to send you a message through that song, but could be possible. Intuitive, trust your inner knowing. So I feel like this is a message to you, basically, to trust your inner knowing when it comes to this. If you feel like he knows, then he knows. Trust that. I know sometimes you may feel like you're crazy, like you're losing your mind thinking that he knows, but he knows. So definitely trust that he knows. Let me get one more here for you. And to follow up with that passion, seductive, every night in my dreams you seduce me. So I feel like that kind of does confirm the 5D angle of it with like the dreams and everything, because I know in your question you did mention something about the 5D, so I feel like it does confirm that too. So I feel like it's basically saying whether it's on the physical level or whether it's on the 5D level, it's on both, that he's into you, he's into it. I think it's driving him a little crazy because he doesn't know exactly how to handle it. He doesn't know exactly what to do with it, but he's very much aware. He's aware on all levels: physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, all of it. He knows, and he knows, and he knows, and he knows, and he knows. So yes, I agree with you about that. I'm sure he's happy with his girlfriend, but you won't chase him at all. Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Chasing is bad. even if he was single, don't chase him. That's still not good. You're going through a transformation too. Well, yeah, I mean, typically if they are, we are, if we are, they are, it's the whole mirror thing. So wow, haha, surprising, but yeah, men love the physical stuff. They sure do. Yes, they do. um, he's attracted to you, but he's busy with other affairs. It's best to leave him be and not wait. So he's been in your dreams. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Well, you're very welcome. I'm glad it resonated. Anyway, I have been on for 4 hours and 41 minutes. It's crazy, you guys. It's a long time. But I don't think there's any more payments that have come in. So if there are no more payments, which I'm just going to double check because I don't want to miss anything. Knowing me, I would miss and I would freak out and be like, oh no, I missed you. And I'm not open for private readings right now because of the move. There's just no way I can do that right now. But in June, private readings will resume. I will keep you guys posted on that as always. Okay. Yeah, that's it. I got everybody. I got everybody who paid. So I think I'm going to wrap it up. Yeah, it has been a while. It's 10:12 officially. So, it's like a 11:12 in the mountains. It's 12:12 in Chicago right now, actually. and it's 1:12 on the East Coast. So yeah, it's pretty late out there. So, but it's not that bad here. But Shadow's gonna come up and say good night too before we go off. Here he is, the good boy. Yeah, are you the good boy? You're the true star of the show, aren't you? Nobody's here to see me. Everyone's here to see him because he's the true star, aren't you? Yeah, you're the true star. I love you. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. He's so cute. Okay, let me put you down so I can get off. All right. So thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for the payments and hanging out and just like hanging in general while I'm in this chaoticness. I plan to go live next Friday, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Again, that is the plan. If anything changes, of course, I'll keep you posted on Instagram. That is the best place to stop by for any changes that may come up in terms of the schedule. So if it doesn't happen, I'll let you know there. But otherwise, tentatively for now, I'm planning on it for next Friday. So we'll see what happens with moving and everything else. I got all this packing to do. So gradually, as I keep doing lives, you'll see like stuff randomly disappear behind me and you'll probably just see boxes. So that's probably what's going to be happening. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm going to wrap it up. I'm kind of hungry, so I'm going to get something to eat. He needs to eat something too. I got to feed my boy. So yeah, anyways, thanks for sticking around, you guys. If I can get another pick a card up or something, I'll try to do that too, but we'll see. So I'll see you guys around. Mwah. I love you. Keep sparkling, and I'll see you next time.